Basiago, and this is the quest for truth.
And my name is Aaron Moriarity. I'll be your moderator, and welcome back, Andy. We're so glad to have you back on the show.
Hey, it's great to be back, Aaron. I didn't really have any plan for tonight's show, but it kind of coalesced just today at the last minute. And the theme of tonight's show is going to be entitled The Deep Politics of Exopolitics. Just recently, we passed through a very important threshold in the acceptance by mainstream ufology of an argument I've been making for almost my entire life. And tonight I'll explain how my quest, not just for the truth, but the truth of the post-war saucer flap, as it's been called, originated. And what I'm referring to, and in a sense tonight I'd like to sort of dedicate tonight's show, or at least salute the fact that Richard Dolan, who I've worked with in a number of different capacities, as one of these sort of mainstream ufologists. Now, admittedly, I think my view is that individuals who've been tapped to tell sort of the conventional history of ufology, like Richard, have essentially been furthering the Yellow Book process that I began as a small child. I worked with Richard he contributed an article to the third book in the Fatima trilogy that I did for Anomalous Books. That was Fatima Revisited. And then I again worked with Richard Dolan at the first annual UFO conference that Lori and Fenton sponsored in Santa Clara, California in 2012. And then again, I was in a panel with Richard at the 48th MUFON Symposium in Las Vegas in 2017. Somebody asked me, what do you think about Richard? And I said, look at the way he talks. And I said, look, we all have different characteristics as human beings. We have different heights, different hair color, different voices. Okay, so Richard talks like he does as somebody from Rochester, New York, somebody who went to the University of Rochester. But I always try to be truthful about people. And I said, look, he's a nice guy and he's a smart guy. Now, he was being very intelligent on a recent show within mainstream cable television. I don't have the title. My vision problems often preclude my ability to even find out what the name of a TV show is. But we did pass through an important threshold in the reason for the ET contacts we've been seeing for the last 70 years, 80 years, from 1947 forward. What Richard was talking about was the fact that with the Hiroshima blast and all of the more than 2,000 nuclear explosions that have taken place on our planet, we put the cosmos on notice that we were destroying the physical substrates of the universe. And I'll talk about an ET contact I had when I was about 7 years old that addressed this very issue. So the reason I'm citing this particular threshold that we've passed through, embodied in what Richard had to say on that recent show that he did with Erica Lukes and Billy Carson and some of these other sort of, I kind of view them, as I said, as sort of the government apparatchiks who are sort of bringing along the Yellow Book process. There's some hallmarks of that sort of thread within ufology. It's always the same cases, Roswell, Benning Barney Hill, and so forth. And that's part of the process. I was trained in that process. And in the late 80s, when I was in my mid to late 20s, I was essentially prospected to sort of participate as one of those sort of ufological historians to further the Yellow Book process and take it to the American people. And I cannot fault Richard Dolan and other bright and well-meaning people from my generation for doing so. I chose another path, just as Dr. Michael Sala did, just as Alfred Lamont Weber did, who you had on Truth Quest just a day ago or so ago.
Yeah, that's true.
We're all, I just want to emphasize that, look, here on Earth, we are all on the same team. There are different paths. Some people coming here are ETs from distant star systems who are visiting us. Some of us are human beings from our mammalian species who were ETs in former lives, as well as human beings and dolphins and other things in former lives. Some of us are aliens living amongst us who have shape-shifted into humans. Now, among those of us who are human beings, some are sort of wanderers, like, as I mentioned, Michael Sala and Alfred and I. Some have decided to take a more conventional route as sort of UFO historians working for the U.S. government, sort of quasi-independent. Some are intelligence agents. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, all of us, human, ETs among us, humans who are reincarnated ETs, and literally ETs visiting us, we are all ultimately a symphony of souls. And the thing that was of significance to both distant star systems and the civilizations on them and our own earthly civilization is that our uniquely human civilization in this moment in time-space was doing something utterly irresponsible and destructive with the advent of nuclear weapons. We were destroying the physical substrates of the universe, and I was so happy to see somebody within sort of the conventional sort of Yellow Book disclosure thread within exopolitics, namely Richard Dolan, talking about this issue. I've been working on it for 53 years, since I was 7 years old. And I'll describe when I was originally briefed on that by an ET. But I studied the 1947 saucer flap when I was a law student at Lewis and Clark Law School from 1988 to 91. And I was talking about it all the time, every time I would have the opportunity to discuss something with an Alfred Weber or a Richard Dolan or a Bernie Mendez or a Jim Mars. And that is that the 1947 saucer flap was part of this phenomenon. Where were the major overflights? Well, the three major overflights were above our nuclear enrichment plant in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, above the Hanford Nuclear Waste Depository in Hanford, Washington. That was the one that Kenneth Arnold, former FBI agent, saw those ET craft. And then the third important ET incident, or UFO case of 1947, of course, was Roswell. Roswell was the only nuclear-equipped strategic bomber wing in the U.S. arsenal, the 509th Air Wing. Now, my late friend Jim Mars, who I did some ghostwriting for, Jim cited me in his book Alien Agenda, my story about marrying Leo Williams of the CIA, telling the same information that Robert Lazar shared in 1989, but he told me about it in 1981. And the point that Jim made to me is, Andy, we have now 80 plus participant witnesses in the Roswell incident. If you believe in the possibility or the reality that we've been visited by ETs and some of them have crashed here and their bodies have been recovered, then you believe the Roswell incident. But if you choose not to believe that, then you'll even challenge President Harry Truman's signature on a briefing document for MJ-12. So Jim was making the point that, look, the data is there. We can choose to embrace the truth, which is, again, the theme of my podcast, The Quest for Truth, or we can evade the truth. But look, Roswell happened. I was briefed on Roswell as, God, a 10-year-old in the Yellow Book lessons I got in 1971-72. So that's one of tonight's data points in the deep politics of exopolitics. So what I'm saying is, look at where there's been so much denial of the truth in our 60 years on this planet, in this moment in time space, in the transpersonal moment that our generation has shared in its concatenation of tens of thousands of lives, or about 10,000 lives before we ascend. In other words, we were born into a moment in time space where inhabitants of other star systems were visiting our planet, and we were being briefed on it as 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds. And yet our common culture was still grappling, oh, geez, and scratching its head going, could Roswell have happened? Well, I have to ask you, Aaron, and ask tonight's listeners, why would the U.S. government brief a group of 10-year-olds at Mount View Road School in Morris Plains, New Jersey, about cases like Roswell unless they happened? I mean, those kinds of Yellow Book lessons led to my ability to unravel publicly my time travel and my Mars visitation experiences. In his choices and direction and quest in his life, an individual like Richard Dolan was bringing forward the important cases. In Alfred Lamont Weber's life, as Alfred explained on your recent episode of Truth Quest, Alfred was sort of shepherding the field of exopolitics. Dr. Richard Solid is in being an incredibly brilliant, committed, and thorough PhD in political science, who, like Alfred, has brought forward major understanding of exopolitics. So, in starting tonight's show, I just want to emphasize that, look, we are a symphony of souls. And as I quoted Jim Morrison and the Doors in a recent show, The Quest for Truth, I just want to say again tonight, I love the friends I have gathered on this thin raft. We have constructed pyramids in honor of our escaping. Let's flip that around. What could Jim have meant? Jim was such a nice guy. He was not a cosmic monster like he's been portrayed. He was a nice young man. I met him at the El Toro Bar and Grill in Albuquerque in October of 1969. He had like about a year and a half to live, a little bit more than a year and a half to live. And Jim was a warm, intelligent, kind, open individual. And he was the only adult who, by treating me as a fellow human being, even though I was 8 years old, and talking to me as such, discerned, figured out that I was time traveling for the U.S. government. And he just questioned me, not only about what my name was and my age, but why I was in Albuquerque and how I had gotten there. So anyway, we have to remember that we are this group of, this feast of friends, as the Doors said, this symphony of souls. And what are we all doing in this time and place? The paramount purpose of our current life and the deep politics of exopolitics is we are developing a cosmic consciousness both worthy of our place in the universe, indeed as Alfred has defined it, the omniverse, and to act more responsibly in our shepherding of life aboard this part of the universe. Because we were doing something so destructive with the explosion of nuclear bombs that we were beginning to literally do the opposite of why our particular matrix of life, human beings on Earth, was created. Which is, if you go back to Scripture, which is what? The ancient books of our civilization, right? Ultimately, was to tend the garden. Adam and Eve. We're here to tend the garden, not to blow it up, not to to do to this area in time-space what an ET warned me about, which we'll go over on tonight's show. So essentially tonight I've got a bunch of data points, and I'd like to, as again, salute not just Alfred and Michael, Alfred Weber and Michael Sala, but even Richard Dolan for advancing the same cause. When I heard that the other night, I thought, oh, this is great. I mean, I've been talking about this my whole life, about the fact that we put other civilizations on notice, on cosmic notice, as it were, that we were destroying the physical substrates of the universe. And finally, that reality has entered mainstream ufology. And that is a blessed event. So I am psyched about where we are. We are literally winning. In other words, both those of us who took the independent path and those of us who took the governmental path, and even those of us who took the intel path, you know, the CIA operatives I've known during my life, people like Courtney M. Hunt or Major Ed Dames or William Whitecrow. It's all come into a kind of a symphony of souls where we're finally getting to the truth. It's becoming the mainstream understanding of our civilization. So tonight I want to just go through some of those data points and share with our listeners a sort of a wider understanding of the ET situation, as it's been called, the politics of exopolitics, as I'd like to call it, and really give our listeners a sort of a wider understanding that the ET situation and the controversy around it has really been sort of the back pressure to what's really been going on, which is the advent of cosmic consciousness. So tonight I'm going to be sharing each year that was significant in the sort of the run-up to this cosmic consciousness and the involvement of my late father, Raymond F. Basiago, and myself, and some of my colleagues in exopolitics. So I think that this will tie together some important threads, some important data points. In other words, do some important dot connecting in exopolitics.
The deep state, the deep politics of exopolitics. Now, you make a great point in pointing that out. I mean, I don't think I even realized that subtlety, but contactees have been saying things like this forever, and it like you said, it is a very, very welcome thing to have people like Richard Dolan acknowledging that we were ripping holes in other people's realities too, not just our own. So, yeah.
Right. In other words, the most radical assertions, many of which were being communicated from ETs visiting us to sort of what I call keystone personalities in our civilization. Now, I'm one of them. I'm not bragging. I'm just identifying who I am. I know that there have been some things unusual about me. I know, for example, that I was always high IQ. I know that I was always highly psychic. I know that I was having ET contact from a young age. I know that I have always remembered about 20 or 30 of my past lives. So I believe I was sort of selected to some extent as an ambassador between the ETs and us. But, you know, the four fellow Mars astronauts that I brought forward, William Brett Stillings, Bernard Mendez, William Whitecrow, whose original name was William Paris, and Dr. Ralph Kennedy Johnston Sr., Ken Johnston, all five of us had contact with the small grays in childhood. That causes us to ask, were our visits to Mars and the whole experience of taking the aeronautical repositioning chamber located there on the 8th floor of 999 North Sepulveda in El Segundo, California, under the direction of Howard Robart Hughes, when he was still quite alive in the 1980s and did not die in 1976, as proven by Major General Mark Music and his co-author Douglas Wellman in their book Boxes, The Secret Life of Howard Hughes. We had to ask, when we were studying our memories of going to Mars, was it an augmented reality from our ET contacts, particularly with the small grays in childhood? Or was it simply a secret program in sort of the conventional reality of our lives, not an augmented reality? And we concluded that it was a secret program, but there was some kind of qualifying contact with us in childhood, as if the ETs in possession of quantum access and obviously interstellar travel were visiting us because they had identified us as human beings who would be making that leap to the major planet beyond our own, Mars. That's how I think it fell together. And I think that Brett, Bernie, and Ken, among the 3 of the 4 surviving gentlemen from that distinguished group of colleagues among my Mars fellow astronauts, would agree with that surmise. We don't think, in other words, that our memories of going to Mars were sort of implanted in our minds by ET, but rather that we were contacted by ETs in childhood because of our destiny as interplanetary explorers.
Interesting. Endlessly interesting. Wow.
Right. So now with this recent show involving Richard Dolan and Billy Carson and Erica Lukes, there was an admission that we put the cosmos on notice when we began blowing up nuclear bombs. And I'm going to discuss tonight the fact that I've known that virtually my whole life, and I've been shouting that for over 50 years. And I was just so happy that the reality of that, the truth of that, has entered mainstream ufology. That is a blessed event. That means that we will probably make it as a spacefaring civilization. When the ETs detect that, with obviously all of our TV shows are going out into space, we're not just monitoring them on our television sets. In fact, some of our TV shows have bounced off the moon and stuff and come back years later.
Wow. Really?
But all of our stuff is going out into space, and that will ultimately just be discerned by the ETs because they are an extremely advanced group of humanoids. So anyway, let me just start with the first data point, if I might.
Okay. And
that goes back to 1952. And I do apologize to some of my long-term listeners if they remember this account, but I think it bears repeating. Yes, the modern UFO era, as it were, did begin with Roswell in 47, and when MJ-12 and the CIA were then founded to deal with it. MJ-12 right away, Majestic 12, the 12-man committee to essentially be above top secret and above the U.S. president to make decisions about the ET situation. And then on 14 years before I was born to the day, September 18, 1947, the Central Intelligence Agency was founded. The CIA is now in control of everything in our government. One of the important lessons I learned running for president in 2016 is that it was an absolute put-up job staged by the CIA. The fact that the CIA is in control of everything was confirmed for me recently by Major General Mark Music, a general from the Air Force. Okay, so that's the reality. And look, you have to ask, when you look into the so-called deep state, the deep state relates to the deep politics of exopolitics. The CIA was founded on September 18, 1947, ultimately to deal with the fact that they needed to centralize intelligence in the, as we call it, the free world, because the entire world was being visited by extraterrestrials from elsewhere. I believe when you look at the history of the assassination of President Kennedy, as I did when I was interviewing one of his principal speechwriters, Norman Cousins, in 1986, 7, and 8, that MJ-12 decided that they would wire the planet for nuclear destructiveness. And John Kennedy and his brother Robert opposed that. You may recall that the Curtis LeMay camp. General Curtis LeMay wanted 10,000 Minutemen missiles. Jack and Bobby Kennedy wanted 100, and they settled for like 900. Well, after President Kennedy was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963, over the next 25 years, really the 15 years after his death, we developed the nuclear destructiveness so that one Trident, by the early 1980s, one U.S. Trident nuclear submarine would contain the nuclear destructiveness if a Hiroshima magnitude atomic weapon was blown up every day for 13 years. That's Hiroshima in all of its size and ferocity and destructiveness of life on Earth times 4,750. My source on that was none other than Senator Alan Cranston of California. I was at UCLA and going to Mars, but I was an activist as well as a student and a journalist, and I was working for the passage of the California Bilateral Nuclear Weapons Freeze Initiative. The sponsors of that were the industrialist Harold Willens, the organizer Porter Briggs, the UCLA physicist Dr. Nina Byers, the UCLA sort of developer of the study of the way the mind controls health, Norman Cousins, and actor Paula Newman. And a colleague of Norman Cousins, who was one of those young men that Grenville Clark invited to his Dublin, New Hampshire farmhouse in 1946, involved Cousins and Cranston and individuals like Kingman Brewster, who'd become the president of Columbia University. He said, "Gentlemen and ladies, I want you to find a way to prevent the next war and all future wars." And they said, "Why, Mr. Clark?" And he said, "Because if we have a nuclear war, the next war, World War IV, will be fought with sticks and stones." Okay, so Alan Cranston had reached the position of senator from California. And I'm standing there talking to him in the Ackerman Grand Ballroom at UCLA during the so-called freeze. And he emphasized to me how significant it was that we achieve a cessation of the nuclear arms race with the former Soviet Union because of the destructiveness that we had reached. So the whole post-war ET contact continued into the present. And as we'll find on tonight's shows, there have even been serious, deep political strikes on brave and valorous and, in fact, enlightened human beings on Earth who wanted to resolve both the nuclear arms race and the ET situation, at least bring the ET situation to the attention of the people of the world so that we would understand why they were visiting and do the right thing and end the nuclear arms race and the practice of blowing up atomic weapons. That's been the whole game all along. So anyway, let's go back to the first data point, if we mind.
Okay. Yeah, your father and you, your ET contact with you and your father, is this what you're talking about?
Well, the first one is, 1952.
Oh, 52, yes.
My father is working at Okanite Company in Paramus, New Jersey. He is 28 years old, having been born in 1923, 29 years old. And it is October of 1952. 3 months earlier, 9 extraterrestrial craft were seen and photographed and videotaped hovering over our nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Those craft were clocked at traveling at 7,000 miles per hour by the CIA's Air Force Base, Langley, the Langley, Virginia Air Force Base.
Mm-hmm.
they were also seen jumping around the sky, in other words, teleporting. And that was essentially the genesis of Project Pegasus, the need to achieve Tesla teleportation was to match the capability of the ETs that were visiting us. So my dad's working at Okanite. He has a BS in electrical engineering. And a colonel from the Air Force comes to his job at Okanite, stands by his desk, and says, "Are you Raymond Francis Basiago?" He says, "Yes." "Is your social security number blah, blah, blah?" And he said, "Yes." "Was your date of birth May 3rd, 1923? He said, "Yes." And he said, "Where did you serve during World War II? My dad said, "With the 13th Airborne Division in France and Germany." And he said, what was your position?" He said, "Private first class." And he said, "And what was your position held?" And he said, "I was a combat medic and ambulance driver." So he basically quizzed my dad, and he said, "Okay, Mr. Basiago, I am giving you an official order from the President of the United States that on Monday you shall report to Curtiss-Wright Aeronautical Company facility in Wood Ridge, New Jersey." And my dad then showed up at Curtiss-Wright. This was October of 1952. And he showed up at Curtiss-Wright, and there, different engineers like himself were being given different badges. They were different colored badges with the instruction that they could only talk to or even have lunch with the engineers and project administrators that were there, and stenographers and so forth, secretaries and so forth, with the same colored badge. In other words, it was a compartmentalized project. Now, okay, what did my dad do there responsive to the ET situation? They were building a plane, a space plane called the Ramjet. The Ramjet was a space plane that would draw oxygen through its front, push it through a baffle at the back of the plane, and it would go out the back of the plane so quickly that they hoped that the Ramjet would reach supersonic speeds to chase the ET craft out of away from our planet. This is what Captain Mantell did when he lost his life chasing one of them in a conventional aircraft. In fact, in that sense, the Ramjet project was responsive to the Mantell incident, which you can find in many works. In Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secret, and I believe that Jim Morris wrote about it in Alien Agenda and so forth. It's been in many, many works. And my dad had to design the metal alloy by which the Ramjet would be built so that the fuselage and the engine and the plane itself would not melt from friction in contact with molecules of air when the Ramjet was in our atmosphere, and then particles of space dust when it went outside our atmosphere. So that essentially brought my immediate family into the American response to the ET situation 5 years after Roswell. Now, that was in 1952. I come along as my dad's fifth child in 1961. The next data point I'd like to discuss is 1964. I am a small child, two and a half, 3 years old, and I'm watching my two elder brothers, who are just a few years older, one 19 months older and the older one 4 years older. And, they're only, 5 and 7 or so. I'm 3. And they're building two kinds of toy constructions on the floor of our rumpus room. We called it our rec room, or recreation room, on the ground floor of our house in New Jersey. And there was just a door in the back, a grassy lawn behind the house. And there's kind of this linoleum tile from that era. And on the floor of the rec room, my brothers are building what would be like small-scale models similar to like the World Trade Centers. In other words, they were sort of using their Lincoln Logs and their Tinker toys to build like 4-foot tall buildings on the floor. And I had just sort of been playing with my little ball and my alphabet blocks, you know. And we were happy and healthy kids. And yet ET contact was going on in my life. I don't know if any of my siblings can confirm that, but it was going on in my life. And I'll discuss tonight some of the investigations of that, some of the briefing related to that I would have for years. But anyway, I'm watching my brothers build these things, and then they just kind of knocked them over and ran laughing out the back door of the rec room outside. And I went over to where their Lincoln Logs and Tinker toys were laying on the floor of the toy. And when I've been watching them build those, I was thinking, why here on this civilization on Earth do you have to build something from the ground up? And as I did so, my mind had sort of one of those sort of psychic elisions that you have in childhood where you almost have kind of like a daydream or like a past life memory that you kind of slip sideways into for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And what I had a vision of, I don't know where it came from. It could have been from an ET contact in this life, a past life, or even a small gray ET's experience on another star system or something. But what I saw was I was at a round table aboard a UFO. There was about a 40-year-old or apparently 40-year-old adult male gray ET sitting across from me. And there was a small gray on my left. I seemingly was a small gray, but I may have been myself, Andy Basiago from New Jersey. This may have been a memory of something that had just happened. I don't know. So much of life is what I call riven by the problem of indeterminacy. I don't know where that sort of slipstream vision of this experience came from. But I'm certain it was more than just active imagination. I believe it was a memory of something. And what the tall gray was showing me to do was levitate things using only my mind, which he was also teaching the small gray on my left. So my guess is, in my trilogy about my paranormal experiences, which is completed, I talk about that incident. I speculate or reach the sort of provisional conclusion, that it was probably a past life memory when I was an ET. But anyway, after having that brief little sort of metanoia where I remembered how to teleport there, I'd pick up my alphabet blocks and the Lincoln Logs and Tinker toys that my two older brothers were just playing with, and I start suspending them about 3 or 4 feet off the ground. I literally stand up and pick them off the ground and just place them in space. And that violates the laws of physics. And Aaron, I wasn't using any device. I wasn't using my hand. I was just using intent. And I've shared the story a number of times at conferences to share with the attendees that if, look, a 3-year-old in New Jersey can levitate his toys merely with intent, there's really no limit to what we can do with our mind. As the Freemasons are fond of saying, as a man thinketh, so he is. So if we want a beautiful life, if we want health, wealth, and happiness, all of which are the birthrights of human beings, if we want to find true love, if we want to find the purest expression of our talents, it is governed by our belief. We can't ration our hope. There is no shortage of plenty in the omniverse. It comes down to letting those good things into our lives. And that, I'm happy to say, I have done. So I'm levitating these small toys just by believing that they should be suspended in the air. And my dad, with this BS in electrical engineering from essentially the world's finest electrical engineering program, Lehigh University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, where he was not only graduated from, but then got a membership in Eta Kappa Nu, the Engineering Honor Society, and then went to work for the defense industry in the post-war response to the ET situation. Comes out of his basement, where our cellar there in New Jersey, where my dad had his carpentry shop, and his youngest son, his fifth child, his number 3 son, as he used to call me, is levitating his toys. And he turns to our steps up to the kitchen where my mom was undoubtedly probably fixing lunch, and says, "Hon, come down here. Look what Andy's doing." And when my mom walked down the stairs and my attention was drawn from the blocks, the toys, up to my mom walking down the stairs into the rec room, the toys started falling down and hitting the floor of the rec room, but in the reverse order that I had suspended them, that I had levitated them. And by the way, they were not just hanging in the air. Many of them were like rotating around each other like planets in our solar system, like stars in the heavens. Now, who do you think is doing that? A creator God who believes in his creation, or its creation. Because I think that God is neither a man or a woman. He's all things. So in other words, the oversoul, the great spirit, as the Native Americans would say, the intelligence that created everything, is suspending the stars and the planets in the cosmos with what? Intent. And that's what, as a small unit of cosmic intelligence, I was doing as a 3-year-old human being in Morris Plains, New Jersey. But what was I? I was a soul, a particle of God, completing another epicycle within that 10,000-year progress between being originally created and ascending to a higher state of existence. So the first major data point when I was brought into the reality of the ET situation was that moment of transcendence, that shining through, where I saw that either in a past life or on another planet or on this planet at some time in a former existence, or even in that present life, my current life as Andrew Daniel Basiago or Andy Basiago, I was shown how to levitate.
Wow.
That will be within our grasp when we ascend. So everything matters. Everything is significant. Everything we're doing leads to everything else we are becoming. And that was my understanding of my mastery of mind over matter. Mind over matter would be a major theme of my childhood when I would have issues of anxiety or nausea or whatever. There's typical childhood issues. My mom would say, "Okay, Andy, mind over matter." And I never turned to her and said, "Mom, I know about mind over matter because when I was 3, I used mind over matter to levitate my toys, and Dad saw it." My dad didn't talk about that incident until Thanksgiving of 1989, 2 months before his death in January of 1990.
Wow. And
he'd had his Jack Daniels. We're having a family reunion at Thanksgiving, and he was actually laughing at this memory of seeing his 5th child levitate toys. Now, I'm certain because he had been on the ET situation since October of 1952, my dad goes to his colleagues in the Department of Defense and goes, what I call the defense technical community. These are the engineers like my dad, the physicists, the mathematicians, figuring out, okay, how are we going to respond to the ET situation? What they also should have started was the very thing that Norman Cousins and Alan Cranston and Nina Byers and Harold Williams and so forth, Paul Newman, were working on, which was the other half of that equation, which was simply doing the thing that the ETs wanted, which is stop destroying the physical substrate of our universe, our omniverse, as Mr. Weber calls it, by blowing up nuclear bombs. But my dad and his colleagues cannot be faulted for the position they took because they had just been through World War II. They were worried about the threat of the Reds, namely primarily the Soviet Russians, but also the Chinese, and they were dealing with the Greys. They were dealing with unknown humanoids coming from elsewhere in the cosmos. How can they be faulted for not responding with the best that modern physics, engineering, and mathematician that they and even individuals like President Trump's uncle, John G. Trump, were working on? They were not villains, okay? So people cannot vilify me for, oh, Andy worked for the CIA. I didn't work for the CIA. I worked with CIA and DIA and DARPA and Army and Navy and LANL and Sandia and simply Defense Department engineers like my dad. So we have to stop vilifying each other. This is a symphony of souls. We have all been working on different roads to the same place. That is Valhalla. That is Nirvana. That is cosmic consciousness on earth. Bringing that is which is above in heaven down to earth. And I was so happy to see the title that Alfred gave his autobiography, something like Bringing Heaven Down to Earth. That's it.
Yeah.
And those are two paths that have been taken to that reality. I, thou, Alfred Weber, Richard Dolan, Courtney Hunt of the CIA, everybody, okay? Everybody. We all have been dealing with the necessity of making of Earth a fit habitation for human life and other species and, here on Earth, and also a fit habitation for participation in the greater cosmos. So that was kind of probably the moment in my life when my special abilities were placed in U.S. Defense Department or CIA records, and I was brought into Project Pegasus.
Wow.
Now,
that's pretty interesting.
Are there any questions you'd like to ask about that?
Well, I just have to make a comment because,
Yes.
and to mention to the folks at home just how psychic this guy is. I called you moments before we went live. We didn't really have much time to talk. And I was going to ask you to bring up the floating blocks because I always liked that story. And I didn't have to say it. You just, boom, went right there. That's awesome. So there you go.
Right. The kids brought into Project Pegasus began as remote viewers for the Office of Naval Intelligence. I have discussed at conferences many times, and I talk about it in my memoir, Once Upon a Time in the Time Stream, that I was brought into remote viewing by the Office of Naval Intelligence in fall 1969. No, not the CIA, another U.S. agency. Now, the Navy originally had ambit over what was over the physical horizon. We live on a planet 71% covered by water. The U.S. Navy and the largest intelligence agency in the United States was the Navy Department. They had ambit over the Philadelphia experiment and time travel and so forth, and Project Pegasus. Recall that I was made a lieutenant in the U.S. Navy in 1969 when I was 8 years old, and I'm proud of that fact. But I began as a remote viewer for the LNI in fall of 1969. That was 3 years before the alleged start date for remote viewing provided by SRI remote viewers like Russell Targ, Hal Puthoff, and Ingo Swann, the kinds of individuals that Alfred Weber was working with at SRI. And they always were pushing the beginning of remote viewing to 1972. That is a government function. They're always changing the start times of things to suggest we weren't working on things earlier. Now, at many conferences, I've discussed the fact that about 12 of those of us remote viewing for the ONI, who were then, in the third grade, were shown a large blow-up of the ensign photograph, the Annapolis or Naval Academy graduation photo of Lieutenant Commander John McCain. We were told that he was named John, that that's what he looked like, and that he was being held by bad people somewhere else on Earth. We were not told that he was Lieutenant Commander John McCain, that the commander of the entire Pacific Fleet of the U.S. Navy was his father, John Sidney McCain Sr., and that John McCain was being held by the North Vietnamese in the Hanoi Hilton in Vietnam. They said, you children, we know, are very psychic. You often demonstrate special abilities to your parents. Hint, hint, that was a sort of a veiled reference to my levitating my objects as a 3-year-old, like my toys as a 3-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And you often tell your parents, oh, I don't know what's going to be on the cover of the New York Times, and then you go to the street or the sidewalk and get the Times, or your driveway and get the Times and bring it in, and what do you know? On the cover of the New York Times that morning, you told your parents before you went out to get the Times.
Wow.
So we know that you're often performing fairly amazing psychic feats. So in this exercise of remote viewing, we want you to go home, and we will reconvene a week from today, Tuesday, and we want you to dream about where John is and tell us, is he in this building or a building that looks like it? And they showed us a photograph of one of the buildings at the POW compound known as the Hanoi Hilton, where the North Vietnamese were holding John McCain and several thousand other downed American pilots and soldiers have been captured and so forth. And we want you to tell us, is he in this building? And if so, where is he in this building? Now, they didn't tell us. We want to know that so that we can blow up the building and either kill or free Lieutenant Commander McCain, because he's the son of the commander of the Pacific Fleet. But that's probably why they were having us answer those two questions. Is he in this building? And if so, where is he in this building? So I go home like any psychic kid, and my impression of John McCain's photograph, and that was what, John McCain at 21, 22 years of age, just a kid graduating from the Naval Academy. And by the way, that was the picture of McCain featured in the English Wikipedia site of his life and career. And he reminded me of the young men in my community in Morris Plains being sent to Vietnam. Even my first cousin, Rudy, who, by the way, was tortured when he was captured during the Tet Offensive by being dunked over and over again for 30 seconds in water and then being pulled out. And that went on for about an hour. Not fun. And for those of us who were almost drowned. And so I go home, and I dreamt that I saw John being frog marched through the Hanoi Hilton. I saw him being frog marched down a hallway illuminated just by bare bulbs, and then shoved into a tiger cage on the side of that earthen hallway underneath the Hanoi Hilton that was so small that he couldn't even stand up. I saw this young man being suspended by his elbows from sort of garrets or nooses up in the ceiling of the Hanoi Hilton. So when we met again with this lieutenant commander from the Office of Naval Intelligence, somebody at McCain's rank, or somebody working for his father, okay, kids, what did you see? I and one of the other girls from the meeting there a week earlier, and this was sort of like in a room near the principal's office in my elementary school. And there were actually kids from 3 different schools there: Mount View Road School, Cedar Knolls School, and Salem Drive Elementary. So there were like 4 or 5, maybe about 3 or 4 psychically talented kids at Pegasus being asked to participate in this exercise in remote viewing. So we told the LCDR for the ONI that that's what we saw. And then because it was a war-related exercise in remote viewing, they never told us whether we were right or not. In another exercise, I and young David, one of my peers in my school in Pegasus, were were shown two little magnets of U.S. naval vessels, and we were shown a map of the Atlantic, and we were asked to put the little emblems of the ships on this magnetic board and show them in which direction they were sailing. And when we did that, this O&I just said, "Thank you very much," and snapped the magnet board closed and marched out of our school. So that was the origin of remote viewing under the Navy 3 years before the highly touted start date of 1972 at SRI. Obviously, SRI did have a major involvement with remote viewing, but that was the earliest data point in which I can establish that remote viewing was beginning. And look at who it was beginning with. It was beginning with some of the children who were contactees, who were psychically gifted as well, some of whom, like I, had parents who were working, usually fathers because of the employment patterns of those years, usually fathers who were working in the response to the ET situation. So all of these subjects, remote viewing, psychic performance, visions of the future, visions of past lives, ET contact, they've all been swirling around in the literature of the paranormal, but they've never been connected. And that has sort of been the mission that Andy B has been on, okay? You know, Bucky Fuller used to talk of himself as an ordinary, healthy human being, Bucky B. And he was collecting all the major data points from his life. And so when I met Fuller at 20, that's when I began this process of collecting these major data points of my life. So anyway, that was sort of the origin of Pegasus. And so it cannot be really ultimately differentiated from our response to the ET situation. But was that ET situation something that had to result in conflict between ourselves and ETs or conflict on Earth? No. But it did involve using our higher powers to develop what John Mack described, MD, Dr. John Mack, PhD. I guess it was a PhD. Stated in his book Abduction. His studies revealed, and John worked with a lot of contactees. What the contact experience was about, primarily, was the development of a planetarian consciousness. Look at how many of major exopoliticians of the current era began in environmentalism. I mean, Dr. Michael Salla got his PhD in political science from Australian National University and then began working on international relations, mostly peace resolution. Alfred began in environmental law. I began in environmental law, writing for the Cousteau Society, working for 8 years as an environmental journalist in Los Angeles, getting a JD and a certificate in environmental and natural resources law from Lewis and Clark Law School in Portland, Oregon, the oldest and the largest environmental law program. And then, even though I didn't have to, I got a Master in City and Regional Planning with Distinction from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and then a Master of Philosophy in Land Economy, the British Environmental Affairs discipline, at the University of Cambridge. So, essentially, those 15 years that I spent as a career student, 1980 to 95, working off and on to forward my education and then going back to the academy, going back to academia, was an expression, an outgrowth of the planetarian consciousness that I had been enlightened with from earliest childhood as a contactee. And Vatican is another major data point established in John Mack's brilliant work, Abduction. He was working with circles of contactees and really figured that out, as did Bud Hopkins with his contactee research. Okay, so third data point. It's 1965. I'm now about 4 years old. My next eldest brother has gone to kindergarten at Mount View Road School, and I'm lonely. And in fact, when my brother left for school, I used to just sit on the front stoop and just wonder, well, what am I going to do with myself? That's what's so beautiful about life. We are souls that go from life to life, but the fellowship of others, that love, which is one of the, probably the most important thing that we're learning in life, as well as just learning. Learning to love and just learning things is really something beautiful about life, because here, my next eldest brother and playmate during the first 4 years of this life has simply made a transition to kindergarten, and I felt spiritually bereft. I was the loneliest 4-year-old in the world. I'm sitting there on the stoop going, what am I going to do? So my mom said, well, Andy, why don't you come inside and just play down the rec room and just, entertain yourself till your siblings come home from school, which is just going to be in a couple of hours, right? Mm-hmm. I wasn't being abandoned by my siblings and neighborhood playmates who had gone off to school. I was just alone for a couple of hours. So again, I'm playing down in the rec room, and I know this was 1965 because I would go on to kindergarten in 1966, 67 school year, and I see a little blonde boy come to the back door of the rec room who looked a lot like my next eldest brother who had gone off to kindergarten. He was really the only towhead in our family. Bright shock of shaggy blonde hair.
Okay.
And I run towards him, and he disappears. And I run to the right along the side wall of the back part of the house, and then I look in both directions on the side of the house, and he's nowhere to be seen. He has disappeared. So I go back into the rec room, and I begin playing again, just entertaining myself, constructing things on the floor of the rec room, or putting a puzzle together, something. Don't really remember what it was. I might have been playing with my Tonka toys, which I know you're interested in as a former designer for Tonka.
Yeah.
I had a whole fleet of Tonka trucks and cars and toys.
Cool.
So I start busying myself in play again to, solve my loneliness and heartache that I had been abandoned by my siblings and neighborhood playmates who were going off to school. And a second time, I run towards the back door.
Bless you.
And as I do so,
bless you.
I get to the back door, and 3 gray ETs come in from the side of the door.
Whoa. ETs came in, huh? Wow.
Yeah, 3 ETs just appear on the sides of the door.
Wow.
And I panic, and I run to get my mother, again, upstairs, because there's that one flight up from the rec room to the kitchen. And I yell, Mom, just to kind of warn her that there were these paranormal humanoids in the back of our house. And as I do so, they stop my forward momentum. My feet no longer work. I'm just kind of churning a little bit like a foot off the ground. They lift me on my back, and they take me through the screen door and our winter glass door on the back door of our house. On the winter in New Jersey, you would put glass on top of your summer screen door to, protect the house from the snow and ice.
Sure.
Bless you.
Bless you.
And the cold of winter. And I literally went through the glass and the screen door with this kind of snapping of electrostatic discharge.
Wow.
And they take me on like a semicircle behind the back door. And then as they're taking me on sort of a semicircle towards the house, I see that my mother is standing between 2 gray ETs with her back to the back wall of the house on the left side of the back door, with her just kind of looking down as if she's been put in some kind of hypnotic state. and they take me in a semicircle around the grass of our backyard, where there's like almost like a large metallic device that looks like sort of a large, like 8-foot long sculpture of like an ant. But I realize there's a seat on it, and they sit me down in the seat, and the seat had some sort of like antennae or bodily probes and attachments that they put on me. And they sent my mind into space at a high rate. And then my forward momentum stopped, and they brought me back to Earth. Now, when I came to, my mother and I are sleeping with our faces to the sky on a green army blanket that we used to have summer picnics on behind our house. I loved how my mom would always make these cheese sandwiches on white bread with mayonnaise, and we'd have some black cherry soda, maybe a pickle, or a grilled cheese sandwich or something, and or a bologna sandwich. And we just loved to sit on that blanket with my mom and have lunch, especially during hot, humid summers in New Jersey. But after this ET abduction, my mom and I wake up on that blanket. She turns to me and goes, "Oh, well, that was a nice little nap." And she, without even saying anything, she kind of clumsily picks up the blanket and just stumbles into the house. Now, what could this have been? This was 1965. This was 14 years after my father had worked on designing the ramjet to chase the ETs away from our planet. What did the ETs know we were doing? They knew we were going into space with rockets and space planes, and we were blowing up nuclear weapons. If we were an intelligent species in outer space, wouldn't we do that about our civilization on Earth? Wasn't that the logical, reasonable thing to do? Does it make any sense to continue to vilify most of the ETs who have visited us? No. So I have, in my 60-year study of what has happened to me, concluded that what that was a kind of a tolerance test or a threshold test. Let's take one of the children of one of the aerospace engineers who's trying to chase us away from this planet and ask, can this little 4-year-old son of his tolerate going into space at the speed of light? And Aaron, I'm telling you, that's what it was. I was sent into space at such a rapid rate. And by the way, I didn't even experience it in the ark when I went to Mars the first time on July 7th of 1981, which we were celebrating, the 41st anniversary of today. Mm-hmm. The only comparison I can make to this sort of acceleration test that the ETs did with me was that chair ride that Jodie Foster goes on in that feature film Contact. Yeah. In other words, it was so deracinating a trip into space that I felt like my soul was going to leave my body, that it was a tolerance test of acceleration that I could not withstand.
Wow.
And then I came back and I was fine. But I concluded that what the ETs were doing was just saying, okay, how much after we worry about this civilization getting into our domain, which is the interstellar realm, the potential to reach our star system by accelerating to just impossible speed. Mm-hmm. Because that's what it was. I am still amazed that I survived that experience. I don't know, by the way, whether it was a physical or a metaphysical experience, but it happened. In other words, in my mind's eye, mm-hmm. as somebody who is now legally blind at age 60 for unknown reasons, okay? Mm-hmm. Could have been that test when I was 4. I don't know.
Wow.
It was just so fast and frightening that I felt it was going to destroy me. I felt I was going to be dismembered and just go on, die and go on.
Wow.
So anyway,
Wow.
that was an aspect of ET contact that needs to be told.
Mm-hmm.
In that kind of conventional thread of ufology that the yeoman historical contributions of individuals like Richard Dolan are maintaining. Sure, we're getting the history of Roswell and Benning Barney Hill and Hickson and Parker and all the classic cases. Travis Walton. But, I've begun to call that Travis Waltonism because we're focusing on individual contact cases, but not the ones that go to the deepest, most significant truth. That contact that I had in that experience was not neutral. It was not meaningless. It was an ET probe of our ability to go into space. Was I John Glenn? No. I was a little 4-year-old, and that's where they were starting.
Wow.
Now, how the Aztec crash connect to the fact that those bodies recovered at the Aztec crash looked like me at 4, I don't know. I can only speculate. But I just wanted to raise the issue of the conventional thread of ufology again, and the fact that it's essentially just beginning to explore the deep politics of exopolitics represented in the nuclear connection, the nuclear bomb connection.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. But we're still stuck in that sort of paranormal caught on camera, extended, 70-year era of, lights in the sky.
Yeah.
Could they be visitors from other star systems? Do we dare? Do we dare disturb the universe? I mean, I think we've all become, J. Alfred Prufrock, in the sense that, do we dare disturb the universe? But yes, we have disturbed the universe. And as intelligent humanoids, we have to take responsibility for that fact. It wasn't the ETs that told us to blow up 2,000 nuclear bombs. It was our most distinguished physicists in this civilization. And they were really destroying the universe when our most distinguished physicist, Nikola Tesla, was giving us the means to treat the universe in a comprehensive way, where we would bring our material and energetic infrastructure, our technology, into natural balance with the universe and its electrical substrates. So that's why I wanted to discuss these data points tonight, because we have to understand these connections to exopolitics.
Yes. Wow. That's wild. When you were explaining what they were doing to you in your mind as a 4-year-old going into space so rapidly, it reminds me of something that happened to me. However, to the best of my knowledge, I was all alone. I was in 2nd grade, recess time, laying on the grass, looking up. I saw the moon during the daytime. I thought, why can't I see the moon? Why can't I see the stars? They're shinier. Maybe I'm not looking far enough. I looked really far. All of a sudden, I was up there. So maybe you left your body. Maybe that's what that sensation was you had an out-of-body experience like I had, but induced.
Yes. Now, I think there's several ways of looking at this. In a personal sense, we are in that 10,000 lives to reach ascension. On the planetary sense, we will only benefit our global civilization by reaching cosmic consciousness. One of the things we can do in light of the nuclear balance between Russia, the United States, China, France, England, probably now Japan, India, Brazil, and so forth, South Africa,
Israel,
the breakaway of the BRICS
Israel
countries, which are what? Brazil, Russia, Iran, India, China, South Africa, from everybody else, the potential for superpower conflict between India and China, China and the U.S. and Russia, Russia versus China, etc. is do the right thing, do the smart thing, do the enlightened thing, and recognize, okay, this superpower tensions exist, but we do not want to blow up the planet. We want to recognize our common humanity. So, for example, when I was in law school, I dated a woman from China. And do you know that that was a liberal law school? And I was receiving cartoons in my pigeonhole at a law school in a democratic state, ridiculing my girlfriend and I because I was a European male and she was an Asian female. And you know what's ridiculous about it is she was born 6,000 miles or 9,000 miles from where I was born. And I forget, I measured it one time, it was thousands and thousands of miles. And we had the same blood type, B positive.
Wow.
I hadn't even checked my genes yet. And I later learned I was 61% Eastern European. I actually had Asian substrates in my features that my Chinese girlfriend during my law school years would talk about. She would say, Andy, your eyes seem almost a little slanted, like a Chinese guy. Your head is blocky. Your mouth is small. So in other words, what we were doing was reaching across that human species and finding a fellow human being from this planet. That was a good thing. That was a healthy thing. But what were other people at my law school? People training to go on and become barristers, practitioners of criminal and civil justice in the United States of America, the greatest country on the planet. They, driven by the very racism, ethnocentrism, and nonsensical hatred between people they perceived as different from them, were putting racist cartoons in my pigeonhole.
Oh my.
And I even found in the 1950s in Oregon, it would have been illegal for me to have an interpersonal relationship with an Asian female. It would have been illegal. So when we think about the ET situation, when we think about the truth movement, when we think about the nuclear balance of power and the fact that the explosion of nuclear weapons brought other humanoids from distant star systems to visit us and abduct us and subject us to both testing and training. You know, testing along the lines that I just described with that acceleration test, and sort of training for a more planetary consciousness as articulated by Dr. John Mack in his book Abduction. We have to recognize that everything is connected to everything else. And when we reach across the divide and recognize our shared humanity as human beings aboard this small planet during this, what Governor Jerry Brown of California called this tiny moment in time-space, okay, 2022. We have to recognize that kind of willingness to recognize our shared humanity and at least reach out to others from other backgrounds and do as the Russian, proverb goes, eat bread and salt and speak the truth and share that bread and salt with others. When we break bread with others, we become family. And one of the things I'd ultimately like to organize is an international program called Dinner for 12 Strangers. And when we achieve teleportation, we'll have those individuals teleport. And when I say achieve, I mean implement. We already have it. Mm-hmm. When we implement global public teleportation, which I would like to thank Alfred Lamont Weber so much for assisting me in publicizing that we're on the threshold of such a future. I want to hold Dinner for 12 Strangers. It was held for many years at UCLA when I was an undergrad, but those were all Los Angeles residents. I want to do that with people from all over the planet. And when we eat bread and salt and speak the truth and break bread with fellow human beings on Earth, we will truly enter the 21st century. We will come into an era of peace and prosperity and rapid evolution of human beings aboard this small planet. So anyway, that was the next data point.
Awesome.
And that's why they were visiting us, and we have lost sight of that fact.
I think that's a great idea. Dinner for 12 strangers, breaking bread with 12 strangers to make life on Earth less crusty. I think that's...
Maybe I'll call it dinner for 12 human beings.
Human beings, yeah. Oh, yeah. Otherwise, those aliens are going to come in.
We don't know those people.
We don't want the aliens.
When you get to know people from distant nations on Earth, I mean, when I've done that, I've had the experience I had when I was meeting ETs as a kid. We are all a symphony of soul.
Mm-hmm.
They're from Alpha Centauri or wherever, space. We're from Earth right now, but we're souls that reincarnate over and over again. Mm-hmm. Some people are reincarnated ETs. Some are ETs living amongst us. I'll give one of those data points tonight, where I was literally briefed on the fact that somebody I knew was an ET. Actually, I was briefed twice on that.
Wow.
So, okay. Next question. Next data point.
Your briefings?
No, this wasn't a brief. This was 1967. I was in the spring of my kindergarten year, and 4 children from my kindergarten class were taken down the hall to a meeting.
Mm.
The meeting was held by 2 individuals that I have traced to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Wow.
One looked like Jack Webb of Dragnet, and the other not like his partner, Harry Morgan, but he was a young man with a sort of not a crew cut, but one of those sort of Cherokee crew cuts. You know, the flat tops of that era.
Okay. Bus top.
And the young man was leaning his chair against our chalkboard, which I knew you shouldn't do because you could fall and break the back of your skull. It was life-threatening.
Right.
And I was given these pictures, and then a kind of a plastic slide was placed over the images. They were like, almost like coloring book images. And one was pulled over like a little French boy in a beret, and it became a little gray ET in a tunic.
Whoa. And
I was being asked to give how I felt about each picture. And when they showed me the little picture of the gray, the senior FBI agent said, "Okay, Andy, how do you feel about this picture?" And I said, "Nice." And the senior officer said, the older gentleman said, "Nice? What do you mean by that?" And I said, "Well, fine." Right, no, I said, "Fine." And then he said, "What do you mean, fine?" I said, "Well, I mean, they were nice to me." And he goes, "Well, when were these nice to you, Andy?" And they said, "Well," I said, "Well, they were nice to me when they come into my bedroom at night." And the other guy looked at the young man, and the young man actually dropped his chair 4 legs on the ground. He just kind of fell forward as he was leaning his chair up against our chalkboard. And I heard the older man kind of shake his head back and forth. And just like Jack Webb and Dragnet or Jackie Gleason in The Honeymooners said, "I told you some of these kids were going to come up with stuff like this."
Wow. Now,
that was 1967, and I was literally identifying myself to the FBI as a contactee. My father would later tell me about his work on the ET situation going back to 1952, and these kind of experiences, levitating my toys in 64 and then that abduction in 65, were prior to the nocturnal contacts that would then lead up to that 1967 interview that I had about my ET experiences by the FBI. Now, Aaron, as William Whitecrow publicized, I thank his memory for it, when he was still alive, I have done my homework. I have spent years trying to find people. I have never given up connecting the dots, the deep politics, if you will, of exopolitics, of the ET situation. I found one of those FBI agents. His name was Richard Bauer Sr. I was ultimately able to find a picture from that very year that clearly was the individual who questioned me. He was actually the younger officer, the junior officer, who was in training with the older gentleman. I haven't gotten the name of the older FBI agent, but he was FBI in spring of '69. He had just left, guess what? The Navy, the Office of Naval Intelligence.
Wow.
I found his son, Richard Bowers Jr. Of California. And Richie shared with me the picture and said, well, Andy, that must have been my dad. And I said, well, did your dad have like a habit of propping his chair up against something while he was sitting at a table? Because he was leaning up against our chalkboard. I think I even said to the man, you shouldn't be doing that. You're going to hurt yourself. And Richie Bowers said, Andy, that was such a habit of my late father that he used to do that while he was eating dinner.
Wow.
In our living room in California.
Wow.
So I have connected these dots. That was the FBI trying to identify which American school children were being contacted by ETs. So do I lose patience 50 years later, 55 years later, that mainstream media is still feeding America lights in the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's, yeah. Yeah. Wow. And we are eternally grateful for you for coming forward with all this information, because if it were not for you, we would not know a lot that we do know. And it just seems to keep coming. You're just a wealth of information. And so I think I speak for everyone. Thank you for doing these shows. And thank you for doing that show with Michael Saul. That was a great interview. And
yes, Michael and Alfred and Len Caston and other major publicists in exopolitics, they're doing sort of the independent path in this path to cosmic consciousness, just as Richard Dolan is doing sort of the dependent path. And is that any less valid as serving as a soldier or an army nurse during a war against an evil regime? No, they're just different paths, the same result. So again, we have to stop vilifying everybody. We have to recognize that we are one human race on Earth. We are a symphony of souls. And at the same time, it does not make sense to necessarily vilify all ETs. If the outer realm is like our planet, there will be good, neutral, and bad ETs. That is benevolent, like dolphins, neutral, like sturgeon, malevolent, like sharks in our oceans. So when I ran for president in 2016, I wasn't calling for a sort of pie-in-the-sky naivete about the ET situation. In fact, I asked for a sophisticated and nuanced ET policy that would recognize that the ET species visiting us will be all of the above. And they have been. We have documented, for example, not only entirely benevolent, friendly, brotherly and sisterly treatment of humans by ET, even spontaneous healings by ETs of human beings, but other ET species that have mutilated and killed human beings on Earth, like the Jonathan P. Lowitt case at the White Sands Missile Proving Ground in New Mexico. But I think it's great that we're starting to recognize that many of them were coming because of our explosion of nuclear bombs. Now, why don't I know that was bothering the ETs? Well, in 1969, when I was 7, 8 years old, right around the time that I became a U.S. chrononaut in Project Pegasus, I had an ET contact in which he said he had a weird way of communicating with me. It was in English, but he wasn't using his mouth. He was like using some kind of buzzing device on his throat. And he said with this buzzing sort of electromagnetic voice, Andy, you have to tell your government on Earth to stop exploding nuclear bombs or atomic bombs. And I said, why? And he said, because they are creating holes in space. Now look, I was not a 7 or 8 year old studying quantum physics. I have never studied quantum physics. I've read a couple books on the Manhattan Project, like Peter Goodchild's book, which I believe was entitled Shatter of Worlds, and maybe a book about J. Robert Oppenheimer. But, I mean, come on. I am not a physicist. I never studied physics at the college or graduate school level. So why as a 7 or 8 year old would I be having this ET contact experience, and he would use the strange metaphor that atomic bombs were creating holes in space? Because they were. What atomic bombs do, when they breach the atom and all that energy is released, for every action there is an opposite and opposing reaction, an equal and opposing reaction. Dark matter was flowing in the opposite direction. If you are an extraterrestrial species traveling interdimensionally, not just by surpassing the speed of light, but by having achieved teleportation and access to the quantum plenum, do you not want to keep the omniverse clean of dark matter racing past you from the equal and opposing response to an atomic explosion? That was a beautiful metaphor that particular ET shared with me, because atomic bombs are creating holes in space. How can you create a hole in space? Space has substance. Space has mass. I know that sounds crazy, but space has mass. I would learn that the quantum physicist, Dr. Mark Cummings, who I met in 2006, told me that 1 cubic meter of space contains as many ergs of energy as would number every grain of sand on Earth. Okay? Now, if that's the case, even a low yield nuclear explosion is incredibly destructive. I would not even be surprised if all of these lights from other civilizations that we're seeing in the skies are actually tending and mending the holes in space that we've created. And anyway, that's what that ET said to me. And after learning what Dr. Cummings shared with me, we know the significance of creating holes in space. I mean, if 1 meter of space contains as many ergs of energy as would number every grain of sand on Earth, imagine the yield of energy that is actually being released when an atomic bomb is detonated. It's unspeakably destructive.
Yeah.
It's not just skinning our knee, it's tearing a hole in space. What could be the consequence of that? Maybe that's causing the great attractor that is pulling this planet and this solar system and possibly even this galaxy into a black hole or some other mass disaster. So let's not assume that the ETs are against us just because they are different. Are the Russians, the Chinese, the South Africans, the Brazilians, the Indians, the Iranians, us, and all other men and women on Earth, are they against us just because they are living in other parts of the Earth? If they are inhabiting the same small planet, they're eating the same food, they have, 87% the same genes as we all do? No. So we have to get beyond these choke points in our civilization. We have to stop blowing up nuclear weapons. We have to stop vilifying each other just because of superficial differences. mean, when somebody asked me about Richard Dolan at a MUFON symposium, they had addressed that they should doubt him because of his mannerism speaking. I said, well, that's all just superficial traits. I mean, my hair color is different from that person, and my voice is different from that person.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with the truth value of what I've been discussing at this conference. And I said the truth to this person. I said, I know Richard. This is the third activity in exopolitics that I've had the privilege of appearing with him, and he is a nice guy and a smart guy. And that's what we have to do. We have to not be so competitive with our brethren that we don't recognize that they are our brethren. If I am elected to the U.S. Senate, vice presidency, or presidency, I'm going to ask that we change the national anthem of this country from the battle hymn of the Republic with bombs bursting in air, which is the very reason we're being visited by other civilizations from space, and change it to Get Together by Jesse Colin Young and the Youngbloods. And we will sing the fact that it's time to get together and smile on our book, because that is in fact what we need to dedicate the United States to. When I ran for president, I called for a reduction in military spending, not so much in the overall budget, but in converting some military spending to both the Department of Peace and to international peacekeeping and, for example, disaster relief operations using the world armies of various nations. And I did call for a Department of Peace.
Yeah.
So I believe that the crisis that we're in the United States on Earth is this crisis of consciousness. Will we achieve cosmic consciousness? So as the flowering of the Enlightenment, which was the national destiny that was begun with the creation of the United States of America, I want to get rid of our existing national anthem and replace it with Get Together by the Youngbloods, which I would urge all of our listeners tonight to just listen to on YouTube and remember what an enlightened song it really was. And also I would observe, relative to that point tonight, that in the deep politics of exopolitics, we have seen a war generally on consciousness. We know that the standard megahertz of beautiful music, the 432 megahertz, has been converted to 440. We know that most of the rap and most of the country pop and most of the pop music has become oversimplified music that takes us from a song as beautiful as Get Together by the Youngbloods, or Hey Mr. Tambourine Man by Bob Dylan, or The Byrds, or what have you, or music by the Beatles, to Boom Bop by the Hanson, okay, to a kind of an empty music that has no real melody, that's actually done on different megahertz of musical expression, and that doesn't really cause you to remember any words or any message that moves the soul. That's what music has the power to do. And tonight, I'm going to give you further information about a human being who was enlightened, who was an incredible singer-songwriter, who was assassinated probably by the U.S. government or some evil faction, and who was not just studying, but planning to do a major work in exopolitics. But that is a future data point that I will hold for that part of tonight's discussion.
Okay. Wow. Well, you've got everyone intrigued. I see Dark Brain is here. Hello, Dark Brain. And to all of our members here. A while ago when you were mentioning grilled cheese sandwich and pickles, everyone in the chat was salivating. They were talking about how, they're so hungry for that now. So be careful.
I just had such a wonderful childhood. I was so lucky.
Yeah, me too.
I often think of thing made by Willie Nelson, singer-songwriter.
You know what another song is calling occupants of interplanetary craft by the Carpenters.
Yes, yes. There has been a suppression of the music of enlightenment, some from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and even to the present. So that I know friends who have made incredibly beautiful music, and it can't get made. So when we contextualize why that happened, it's because there's been a war, a crisis of consciousness, and an attempt to prevent planetarian enlightenment or cosmic consciousness from being born on our planet. And that was happening in the 60s and 70s, even though there was a lot of violence in the 60s with the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and MLK, and the unexplained deaths of Jimmy, Janice, and Jim, and so forth. The music was an effort by a generation that was becoming enlightened to enlighten the planet and get beyond materialism and racism and ethnocentrism and militarism and rescue our species on Earth from itself. And it was going on, again, people coming in from different angles. So that is something that I think we all need to incorporate within our understanding of the deep politics of exopolitics. It even goes into the war on the potential of popular music to enlighten. So, you mentioned a briefing, 1971. I'm in the 5th grade in my last K through 5 year there at Mount View Road School. I am elected school vice president.
Cool.
I win best artist of my 5th grade class.
Wow.
5th grade graduation.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
I am studying the alto saxophone, my 3rd year of the alto sax. I am meeting down in that same small room where I got my speech lesson and that interview by the FBI agents in spring of '67. And I'm studying the saxophone with a man named Harvey Altman. At that time, Harvey Altman was an itinerant music educator in the Hanover Township School District who would literally go from school to school. He didn't even have a classroom. He is showing me how to study meter in my playing of the sax. I always had great tone on the sax, worthy of Paul Desmond, but they were working on my meter and my syncopation. So by my senior year of high school, I did get pretty good. I got up to that Paul Desmond sort of quality of cool jazz. Mm-hmm. And in fact, I may take that up again with one of those audio gnomes or whatever they call it, those new electromagnetic saxes and brass instrument generating boxes.
Wow.
Because I still remember my fingering,
Cool.
1 finger is B, and 2 is A, and 3 is G, and so forth. But anyway, Harvey is showing me my meter on the metronome. He uses the metronome to hypnotize me. He walks me across the hall into a meeting with a man named Joseph Hummel. As I describe in my contactee book, which is the 2nd book in my trilogy, and it is completed. On Columbus Day in 1968, I was walking around our school with one of my brothers, and he, of course, was bigger than I. And we got around to the back of the school, and he yelled, "Hey, let's go to talk to that kid down there." And we ran down to this tall ryegrass that was growing between the back of our school and some glacial tailings that they were smoothing out to make a baseball diamond and soccer field. And we reached, my brother reached the kid in the tall grass first, and I watched him as he ran sharply to the right, yelling, "He's not a kid, and he's not a human."
Whoa.
And I run and stop right in front of this elderly gray ET that was actually the kid standing in the tall grass.
Wow.
And by the way, before we walked down there, my body actually my mind popped out of my body, and I looked up at the top of our school and saw a red kid sneaker that was up there. And I told Mr. Mizaki, the school janitor, hey, Mr. Mizaki, there's a sneaker up on top of the roof. And he went up there and threw it off and then came down and said, in his Italian accent, he said, Andy, how you know that? And I said, oh, Mr. Mizaki, my mind went up there. But anyway, maybe this ET contact, again, caused my spirit to leave my body, just like when they sent my consciousness into space at that accelerated speed during that 1965 contact or abduction. Anyway, so in, what was it, Columbus Day, around October 12th of 68, we run into that ET in back of our school. Being my eldest brother's younger brother, I run after him. And by the way, the old Gray said to me telepathically when I ran up to him, why is your brother frightened? And so you have to ask, how did he know he was my brother?
Yeah.
Okay, these ETs are smart. Yeah. They can discern things about us just by looking at us, okay? Maybe they could even see the genetic similarity between my full brother and I. And so I run after my brother, and then I wake up aboard an ET craft that had landed. It was about maybe 12, 14 feet wide, a lenticular craft that had landed next to my school in the grass, growing around the school. Now, when I went back there, and I'm getting ahead of the story. Anyway, we are woken up on these sort of cable beds inside the craft. This gray ET, about a medium-sized one, floats down from the top of the ship, again, violating the laws of gravity like I did when I levitated the toys when I was 3, hovers down and floats down and explains telepathically to my brother and I that he was going to feed us food, and he asked us how we responded to it. Now, Aaron, what he fed us was like this gelatinous candy that was shaped and the size of ordinary fruit, like apples, oranges, and banana, and pears. But they were all the wrong color. They were like, oh God, an orange pear, a purple banana, an indigo colored apple, just all these weird colors, a purple apple, so forth.
Wow.
And we then had to explain to him how we felt. And I said, happy. And I know I was then, days later, oh, by the way, I'm getting ahead of myself, sorry. Anyway, we then let off. The ET ship takes off at a high rate of speed, disappears in the skies. And then I walked to the macadam path that went all the way around Mountview and catch up with my brother. And I say to him, brother, let's go back there. Something happened back there. He goes, no, it didn't. And I said, no, it did. We were taken aboard like a UFO back there. And he said, no, we weren't. And then halfway on the path back to our house, we had to go through the woods through this macadam path that we call it the path. It went from Mountview up to our house on Countrywood Drive. And, up on the Countrywood, then we walked up the street up to our house. And halfway through that path through the woods, I said, no, please, let's go back there. We were taken aboard a craft back there, a UFO. There was this creature from outer space. There was this alien. And he said, no, there wasn't. Shut up. Now, Aaron, what I found throughout my ET contact experiences is some human spirit embodied in bodies now on Earth can deal with the ET reality. Some cannot, and they deny it. They literally tell you to shut up and drop the subject when they themselves are not only contactees, but contactees who have been in your experience.
Wow.
Your contacts. And by the way, many people who have had CE3 on Earth have had CE4s. What has been blocked from their memories are the CE4s, the close encounters of the fourth kind, where the ETs have landed, come out of the ships, and interacted with them on Earth, or taken them aboard the craft, or in significant numbers of cases, actually taken taken them into space in their ships. So the whole ET contact reality being treated as, oh, CE3s in the sky. Okay, look, wow, light in the sky, has actually been used to mask the fact that many CE3s and CE4s have been happening to the same people, but they've been blocked or they've been in denial about what happened. So in this case, that particular sibling, for whatever reasons, perhaps because of his spiritual evolution, was not able to deal with what had just happened. When I would talk about that with my siblings years later, that I had been having ET contact experiences, I've been having them with them throughout childhood, they would not let me even narrate what I knew about my dad's involvement in the ET situation going back to earliest childhood and even before we were born. I mean, my eldest sibling was born in 1956, which was what? 4 years before my dad, 4 years rather, after my father joined the ET situation, the ET response, the ET situation, the Defense Department's effort to cope with the ET situation.
Wow.
So, as a family, we were deeply implicated in the response to the ET situation. We were being contacted as individuals and as members of the same family because of my father's work. But even though all of my 4 older siblings were educated beyond the bachelor's level, even though as a 5-sum of siblings we share 14 post-secondary degrees, even though my brothers and I reached the doctoral level of education and my 2 sisters the master's level, I have been unable to reach my siblings about the fact that we are a family who experienced ET contact because of my father's work on the ET situation. And because life is, as my mentor Norman Cousin said, an adventure in forgiveness, out of a sense of family love and filial piety and just basic decency to fellow spirits who I've had the pleasure of being born into the same family with, I have forgiven them. Because again, we all are essentially creating our own realities in the sense that we get input, we try to comprehend what that input is, and then we respond. I cannot be responsible for everybody's worldview. Now, when Alfred told you a data point that we're going to discuss tonight, which was my 1975 encounter with Alfred and Tanya Maidenford. When Alfred was 33, I was 14, and Tanya was 6. Alfred dropped Tanya from the story and added Jimmy Carter. I believe I know why he did so, but in a sense, by not begrudging Alfred on that data point, because he was sharing my reality that I was sharing with him with his reality, and we were trying to find the correlation between our semi-overlapping realities. I achieved in his brilliant exegesis of the seminal role I played bringing the truth out about time travel. I was rewarded with that by not judging, not vilifying, not being angry at Alfred, but saying, look, everybody has their own worldview. In the same way that when I told somebody at that conference in Las Vegas, that MUFON symposium that I last appeared with Richard Dolan, I said, no, Richard is a bright and a nice guy. Get past his Rochester, New York accent, and you'll realize he's doing really brilliant historical work on the significant ET cases, just as he presented at that conference. And using mostly NASA documents and photographs, but still, it was historiography on ufology that needs to be done. And so in the case of Alfred, I'll distinguish tonight his understanding of that event from mine and see how I figured out the correlation, what happened. So anyway, so I had met Joe Humer when he used a pocket watch to question myself. I don't know if he questioned my brother about that ET abduction we had on the side of our school. And he used the pocket watch and put me under hypnosis and questioned me. And I know that when he asked me what it felt like when we were fed that sort of weird candy by the ET, you know, that was shaped like fruit on our planet, but with the wrong colors. It was kind of like I said, like that gelatinous fruit candy of that era.
Okay.
I said, well, it made me happy. It kind of made me euphoric. And he said, oh, you experienced euphoria? You were euphoric? And I said, yeah, that's the word. Because, of course, I was a whiz kid. My vocabulary was getting pretty advanced by the second and third grade, right?
I can imagine.
And I had begun reading in the first grade at the seventh grade level. So my vocabulary was getting pretty good by second and third grade. That's one of the reasons I was put in Pegasus. In fact, I was told by this young man from Notre Dame who would be interviewing us repeatedly when I was on Pegasus that I was picked because I was answering thoroughly and in whole sentences. They liked that. And using a college level vocabulary. So I told Joseph Humer, yeah, when the ET, when the alien fed my brother and I the candy, I felt like real happiness, joy, or euphoria. He said, you were euphoric? And I said, yes, euphoria. And so Joe Humer showed up in that 1971 year. He would meet me down in a room next to the principal's office. There was a main office, a principal's office on the right, and a nurse's office on the left. And then when you went through the nurse's office, there was a boardroom where faculty and principal and so forth would meet. And Joe Humer would sit me at a table in that meeting room on the left of the school office at Mount View. And he would teach me about 240 to 256 or so characters in the Astarte alphabet. The Astarte alphabet were a series of pictograms for humans to communicate with ETs during the contact experience or in ambassadorial exchanges with them. So, for example, Earth was a circle with a dot in it because from outer space, as they're approaching our planet, they focus on Earth, and when they're in the right position, they see the sun behind it. So it's simply a dot in front of a circle. And there were all these symbols we had to learn, right? Now, after I learned those 240 or 50 or 250, probably 256 on these sort of panels, Mr. Humer would take out a stylus and pointy symbol and say, okay, Andy, what does that one mean? Good. What does that one mean? Good. What does that one mean? And I had to basically use my memory to understand what each symbol meant. My father and I then jumped from the fall of 1971 to the summer of 73 in New Mexico. We lived in White Rock, in that house at 20 Grand Canyon in White Rock that I took Jesse Ventura to on conspiracy theory. And there I learned about 2,000 more symbols in the Astarte alphabet. Now, I learned in those Yellow Book lessons over at the SO Night School in Convent Station, New Jersey, during that 1971-72 school year, that Astarte was kind of a triple entendre as a word. It originated with the Sumerian language, but it was designed by NASA to communicate with ET. And it's been dropped into several feature films. And first of all, it meant a start. It was a system of mathematical logico communication that gave gifted and talented children a beginning in sort of logical, scientifically consummate thinking. It was a start in guided consciousness or intelligence. It was also asked art. It was star art to communicate with the ETs. And it was a reference to Astarte, the goddess of the Egyptian mystery school tradition. I haven't really emphasized enough that the training I received in Project Pegasus, yes, it was that speed learning program, Galileo, which was teaching us the history of science and the history of society from the year 1450, the High Renaissance, the time of Galileo Galilei. But it was also a continuation of the Egyptian mystery school tradition started by Astarte. So, for example, we didn't just learn how to time travel. We learned how to remote view. We were regressed once to know that our spirit never died. And I accessed my life as the first graduate of Amherst College in Massachusetts, a man named Ebenezer Snell, born 1801, died 1876. Ben Snell was hired as a tutor at Amherst. He became a professor of geometry. He retired after the Civil War because he was so depressed about losing so many of his students in that incredibly tragic conflict. That was a major trauma for this country. And then went back to his teaching at Amherst and became sort of a teacher of like political philosophy or public policy, and even political economy, if you will, and which I've always had a grasp of, both geometry and public policy. And isn't it interesting that in this life I was the editor of Alfred's book, Exopolitics, Politics, Law, and Government in the Universe. Could that background owe to being Ben Snell at Amherst in the 1800s? Could it owe to being an ET in a past life? Could it owe to studying the historic alphabet as a child in this life? Yes. Everything we do feeds into everything else. So anyway, now in the 1971-72 school year, I had a set of important briefings. I kind of skipped ahead of the first one that's related to the exopolitics of our time, the deep politics of exopolitics. The first briefing was when they, in 71 actually, when they showed us, or told us rather, that there are 70 ET species that have been known to be visiting Earth, and that the four most frequently visiting us are the small grave, the tall grave, the amphibians, not the reptilians, the amphibians, and the Nordics. The tall graves and the small graves look like graves as depicted in popular culture. The amphibians look like the creature from the Sleepy Lagoon. They were amphibians with like a comb above their head, like a rooster, or like that creature in the creature of the Sleepy Lagoon. And then the Nordics are tall, blonde. So that's what we were just told. And by the way, I was a kid serving as a U.S. chrononaut for the Department of Defense. 10 years later, the defense minister of all of Canada, the Honorable Paul T. Hellyer, would get the same briefing. So that's how advanced the ET situation has gotten. Let me give you another data point. Let's take it forward to 1971. Are you with me, Aaron?
Sure, I'm here. Yep.
Okay. 1971, I was mentioning how Harvey Altman was teaching me how to play with the proper meter by using the metronome while I was performing on the sax. Instead, he hypnotizes me. He walks me across the hall into that meeting with, guess who? Joe Humer. And Joe Humer doesn't take out the light table to show the Astarte alphabet to me. He sits me down and he says, because you could see that I was highly relaxed, and it's sort of like one single-pointed meditation, single-pointed attention to what he was saying. And, Mr. Altman had just calmed down my mind so I would focus on what was happening, almost like it was a dream state. And he said, Andy, and I had known him since second grade when he questioned me about that abduction with my brother on the side of our school. Oh, and by the way, when I went back to my school in 2013, right where that ship had landed, there was a circle on the ground that they had painted.
Wow.
Not a sphere, but just a circle with some symbols in it.
Interesting.
That's what it is, like a 4-square play painting right here where that ship landed. Is that like a landing pad or something for ET?
Wow.
I don't know. But anyway,
interesting.
maybe it was something to block ETs from landing there, because it had happened later after my brother and I were abducted there. And by the way, I do have evidence that there are different parts on Earth that are actually some kind of radio sonde or telecommunications devices are being put perhaps to block those areas from ET contact or arrival. Maybe to cause them to land, but I think the opposite. So anyway, Mr. Allman brings me into this meeting with Mr. Humor. And by the way, that was his name. In fact, he joked when he first started doing the Start Alphabet with me. He reminded me that his name was Joseph Humor. You know, we had met when I was back in the 2nd grade. But he didn't discuss it. Was to question me about my abduction on the side of the school. And he said, and kids in my school district like to call me the Good Humor Man.
Yeah.
But I'm not the Good Humor Man. You're going to have to go to the Good Humor truck to get those Good Humor bars. I'm just Joseph Humor. Now, what he said, and this is virtually a direct quote, he said, Andy, we are being visited by intelligent humanoid beings from distant star systems. We don't know who they are, where they are from, or what they want. We do know that they have been visiting our planet for several thousand years. And as you were informed in the last year, they number about 70 species, and that the 4 most common visitors are the small grays, the tall grays, the amphibians, and the Nordics. They said, while we know they have been visiting our planet for several thousand years, we also know that they have been visiting and contacting specific human beings in every generation on Earth for several hundred years. We want you to know that we know that you are one of those human beings. You have been contacted. We don't know why you or anyone is being contacted. Andy, now and for the rest of your life, I'm giving you an important mission. I want you to find out who they are, where they're from, what they want, and why they are coming. Do you understand the briefing that I've just given you? And I said, yes, Mr. Humor, I do. And then they had me stand up, and Harvey Altman took me across the hall, put me back on the metronome, and unhypnotized me. So part of the deep politics of exopolitics that I want our listeners tonight to grasp is that those who have shepherded the modern explosion of exopolitics and all of its ramification on all of the threads, individuals like Alfred Weber, like Dr. Richard Boylan, like Dr. Michael Sala, like Richard Dolan, and so forth. All of these people, many of them have been contactees, and many among the contactees received what I call the ET briefing. Now, I did a lot of memory work, not hypnosis, but just memory work, when I wrote the briefing. I think it's in my time travel memoir and in my book on my ET experiences in my trilogy. But what was exactly said by Mr. Humor has been written down. I didn't give it, I wasn't exact in that telling, but that was basically what he said. The briefing was an admission by Defense Department officials of our government in 1971 that they didn't know, contrary to the later claims of individuals like Alex Collier on the UFO circuit, if you will, that they didn't know where the, who the ETs were matter where they were from or what they wanted. In fact, I know that one of the theories that's been entertained by the Defense Department about the ETs is that the craft are actually spinning and entering our time-space continuum interdimensionally. They're not from distant star systems. They're from this part of the omniverse in a dimension next to ours. In other words, that would explain why they don't have to travel through interstellar space in this dimension. They have to move between dimensions, which I was doing via technologies like chronovision when I was serving on Project Pegasus. The omniverse is a multitude of dimensions. And so that's why I've often said, kind of axiomatically, but a little bit tongue-in-cheek, we are not being visited by extraterrestrials in spaceships. We are being visited by interdimensionals in time ships. Okay, so the briefing occurred with Mr. Altman and Mr. Humer facilitating it. Now, what happened to those two gentlemen? Well, these itinerant music and special education teachers in my Hanover Township School District in New Jersey became, respectively, the principal of Memorial Middle School in Whippany, New Jersey, and the principal of Mount View Elementary, Mount View Road School. So this is another aspect of the deep politics of exopolitics. The individuals who were serving as sort of early apparatchik in sort of the Yellow Book phenomenon, briefing contactees about their contacts and what the significance of it was, and grooming them to become the exopoliticians of the future and figure out what was going on, were later made principals of public schools throughout our country.
Wow.
So the ET situation has been numero uno all along. Our government has spent trillions of dollars dealing with what has been going on. The CIA itself was created on September 18th of 1947 because of the ET situation.
Wow.
And I would urge anybody, if you want to call the Hanover Township School District, ask them, can you provide me information about the careers of two gentlemen who taught in your township and then went on to leadership in it for some reason, Harvey Altman and Joseph Humer. And you will literally be identifying two educators in the public schools of Morris County or Hanover Township, New Jersey, who were part of our response to the ET situation.
Wow. Well, it's sleuths
So
in the audience.
My point raising that as a research topic is the information is laying all around us like shells on a beach.
Yeah.
I'm not making this up. These are real guys. These are things that really happen. We're now at a threshold where even Richard Dolan, when I would run into him at conferences, like the first UFO con in Santa Clara, California in 2012, like the MUFON Symposium in Las Vegas in 2017, I would say, Richard, we have to get to the genesis of the ET situation. It was the explosion of all these catastrophic atomic weapons.
Yeah.
And now we're finally there. It's finally reached the mainstream.
Awesome.
So we can all celebrate that moment. Okay. Enough on that point. Okay, next data point. 1975. I am an 8th grader living in Chatsworth, California, attending Ernest Orlando Lawrence Junior High School. Isn't that interesting? A junior high school named for one of the Manhattan Project physicists. Right after I had worked with Manhattan Project physicists like Dr. Harold M. Agnew, Dr. Edward Teller, Dr. Sterling Colgate on Project Pegasus. I ended up in a junior high school in New Jersey named after a Manhattan Project physicist, Lawrence. And I fall ill that fall. I don't know with what, just probably some ordinary flu. Nothing too serious. And I have a dream. I have a dream that I'm back in New Jersey and I go out into the woods and I'm taken aboard an ET craft, and a blue beam of light emitted from the bottom of the craft. And the craft zooms west across the country, just like I was teleporting across the country when I was in Pegasus, and back from New Mexico to New Jersey, stopping in Solon, Ohio, if the teleportation weakened, and then jumping from the Swagelock headquarters in Solon, Ohio, in either direction, back to New Mexico or forward to New Jersey, or back to New Jersey, as it were. And I asked one of the ETs aboard the ship, well, first of all, I go up to blue beam of light, I'm taken aboard sort of this, what other contactees and abductees have reported, sort of this, almost like this airport furniture that's often around the bottom of the craft. You enter kind of the circular bottom of the craft, and there's this plush furniture that you can kind of sit on, but also when the ship takes off, you kind of have artificial gravity that's kind of causing you to be able to stand and sit on the floor of the craft without hitting the side of the craft when the ship takes off. But I get aboard a craft, and there's this little 6-year-old blonde girl, and she's holding a Barbie doll upside down. And she looks up at me and she says, my Barbie's a blondie too. Now, she goes somewhere else in the ship, and then the ship continues to go west, or starts to go west, and I go to a different part of the craft, and I ask one of the ETs, what part of the country are we over right now? And he says, Idaho. When he says that, I'm dropped off in Idaho, and I witnessed the following event. A little girl goes to the back of her house in Idaho. It was sort of, I don't know if it was Idaho Falls or Twin Falls, Idaho, but it was sort of a semi-rural yet urbanized street in Idaho. Actually looked like a pretty nice place to grow up. Looked like an extension street into the woods near a pretty nice community. And the girl runs behind her house, and right where her dad had made a swing set with a rubber tire, she sees her favorite pet cow hanging dead upside down with its throat slit.
Oh my.
And she is absolutely traumatized by that event. And I see her, again, this is a dream. I see her run around the house and run across the front yard, and then her mother go to the front screen door and run after her and grab her, and grab this little 6-year-old, and go into the living room of the house. And she's rocking her as her father's explaining to her, going, well, Tanya, honey, that I had to kill your cow because that's where hamburger comes from. I had to feed our family. And I'm sorry I killed your pet, honey, but, Dolly or whatever the cow's name was, but she was always livestock of our house here. That's where food comes from. If we don't kill cows and steer like this, we can't eat any steak or any hamburger. And you love those two foods, honey, right? And it was really tragic, the girl's mother was rocking her to stop her from sobbing, and the father was pleading with her to understand why he had killed her pet cow. Now, that individual was somebody I would later meet, but let me hold that until I give you the rest of that dream.
Okay.
So as a 14-year-old, my mind leaves that scene in Idaho, happening to that 6-year-old. I go aboard the ship again. It goes back to the East Coast, but it doesn't land in New Jersey. It lands somewhere else on the East Coast. And I see not a UFO in space, but a kind of a containment pod on Earth. And I look into the containment pod, and there's a 33-year-old gentleman standing with his hands his whole body sort of frozen, like he had been walking and he had just been abducted and was just being held in this containment pod. Okay?
Wow.
Now, let's take that forward, and then I'll I'll tell you who these two individuals were. Let's take it forward to 1989. I'm studying law, environmental law at Lewis and Clark Law School in Portland, Oregon. And I go to a meeting of the Portland UFO group. I sit behind a woman who I swear to God, Aaron, was an ET posing as a human. She had these huge black eyes and these huge prominent chins and this pronounced pointy chin per se, but huge extended cheekbones. Not just high cheekbones, but extended like in a diamond-shaped ET face.
Wow. And
she was extremely nervous as we were talking about ET in this meeting of the Portland UFO group, led by my friends Keith Rao and Richard Frederick Rager, two of those great Americans who followed the UFO literature as scholars, students, and sharers of what they were learning. That led to groups like APRO and MUFON. So again, let's not vilify groups like that.
Right.
Let's realize that everybody's been on the same team, if you will.
Right.
So anyway, I go home to my apartment near Gabriel Park there in Portland, and I have a sudden onset of an illness, just like when I had the dream in 1975 when I was in the 8th grade, and I saw that plight of that little girl in Idaho, and then that young man standing in that obvious ET containment zone, or containment sphere, if you will. And I'm starting to fall asleep with this sickness. I have this flu coming on. And I look across my apartment, and I see these little lenticular craft flying towards me. Mm. And then I fall asleep, and I have a feverish dream. And a 20-year-old version of that 6-year-old I had met in 1975 when I was 14, in that same dream with that 33-year-old man on the other side of the country. That same blonde comes towards me, and she's about 19, 20 years old, and she says, in this clearing outside Portland, she whispers as if somebody could hear her. She says, "Andy, I can't say anything to you. We're not supposed to meet yet." Now, come on. I didn't know this person. What the hell was she talking about? Who was she? Now, I will now reveal who those two people were and how I met them. The first one I met was Alfred Lamont Weber. We were put together by a kind of wacky mind control victim named Kathy Caston. Kathy Caston had been in pathology, the Department of Pathology, at the Center for Health Science at UCLA when I was working in the Department of Pharmacology as an editorial writer for scholars there, and learning a lot working with those great scientists. And I loved it. It was a great job. I held it in 1983, 4, and 5. And because Kathy Caston had sent an email to Alfred, I called Alfred because I wanted to tell him, well, Alfred, Kathy Caston is talking about psychiatrists at the Center for Health Science at UCLA, and I just want you to know I was hypnotized, and they found an implant in my sinus that had been placed there, and I was actually interviewed under hypnosis, that it was placed there before I began time traveling for the U.S. government.
Wow.
In the late 60s, early 70s. And that led to my lifelong friendship and colleagueship with Alfred Weber. But in real time, the first contact that I had with Alfred as a fellow spirit on Earth was when his persona entered that dream in 1975. He was the young man in that containment vessel.
Wow.
Now, let's go forward to 2004. I'm doing the first public lecture about my time travel experiences in DARPA's Project Pegasus as a U.S. chrononaut, as one of America's early time-space explorers, as literally the American child that went back to August of 1776 to advise General George Washington to retreat his troops from New York Harbor, and who ended up being photographed until what was recently the only surviving photograph of Lincoln at Gettysburg, even though 95% of Civil War photographs faded from view and were destroyed from the sun when they were used as panels of glass in greenhouses after 1865. Mm-hmm. So I'm giving my first lecture at a Shiloh Inn in Portland, Oregon. That career, sponsored by my dear and great friend Dixie Winnett Karras, who I describe as an important person who advanced my time travel disclosure effort. In fact, went on my second major fact-finding trip to New Mexico and helped me with her great intuitiveness to find all these places I had been in Project Pegasus. I give that lecture, and the first filmmaker to approach me to tell my story of the derivation of time travel on this planet in this epoch of civilization in response to the July 1952 overflight, when we saw the ET craft teleporting around the sky above our nation's Capitol building, as depicted, I didn't mention, as depicted on the covers, the front pages of the New York Times and the Washington Post. Mm-hmm. Okay? The first person to approach me to make a film about my time travel experiences was the filmmaker Tanya Sue Maidenford. Now, Tanya approached me at the end of my talk, and I made her friendship over the next several years. And I found out that Tanya was born on October 5th of 1969. And when she was still asking me to do my life story of the film, an offer that I would ultimately decline, because even though Tanya had worked variously as the actress Blondie Ford, as a script supervisor, and sort of in some of the support positions within filmmaking, she was neither a director, a producer, nor a cinematographer at that point in her career. So I begged off on the idea of her making my life story. It still has not been made, but it will be made. But she did agree to do a documentary about exopolitics with Alfred and I. So the derivation of the story that Alfred told you about E.I. and President Carter was actually my revelation to Alfred and to Tanya in our troika of filmmaking. We were trying to do this documentary called Exo, about exopolitics, in 2006. And I called both of them and I said, I think you're probably going to fall off your chairs. But I had a dream involving both of you in 1975. And I said, Tanya, when were you born? And she said, October 5th, 1969. And I said, my God, that you were the 6-year-old in my dream. I know this is going to, possibly bother you. It seemed to be fairly traumatic. But did your dad butcher your favorite pet, cow when you were growing up in Idaho? And she said, yeah. Wow. So that was a trauma in that colleague's life.
Wow.
And I saw that in 1975 in real time when it was happening to her as a 6-year-old.
Wow.
Born in 1969, age 6 by 1975. And then the young man on the other side of the country, Alfred, being born in 1942, was 33 in 1975. So the reason I include this event, the Alfred Tanya Andy incident in 1975 when I was 14, is it was clearly ET related. My ability to witness this sad event in Tanya's young life, and this rather serious event in Alfred's young adulthood, a 33-year-old who was taken aboard a ship, clearly showed that the ETs are working with our soul. They were introducing me to 2 future colleagues 31 years before you would work on EXO in 2006.
Wow.
I would meet Alfred in real time. Flesh and Blood in 1999, and then Tanya 4 years later in 2004, so that by 2006, these three individuals aged 37, 45, and 58 plus 6 is 64. A 37-year-old, a 45-year-old, and a 64-year-old would be convening to make a work in exopolitics. But the person with the principal writing background among the three of them, myself, was sort of introduced to my two colleagues who would work on that ET documentary in 1975 by ET, not in a physical abduction, but in a psychological abduction. So after I told that story to Alfred in 2006, there was kind of an incorporation of that information that I provided to Alfred into his reality. Let me state again, we all live in semi-overlapping realities. When you say you go to college with one of your college classmates, do you really? Do you sleep in the same bed? Do you live in the same dorm? Do you take the same classes? If you meet on campus and have some brilliant collegiate discussion where you consider the seventh level unreality, as college students love to do, are you really having the same conversation? You're in different bodies. You're standing in different locations on campus. We only live in semi-overlapping realities. So when we share our reality, our experience with another, we have to be tolerant when they view what we're saying through their lens at that time. Their, what the Germans call their Weltanschauung, their worldview. So again, when Richard Dolan, one of the mavens of the conventional thread, the sort of the government thread within ufology, would not really listen to what I was saying about the seriousness of the atomic explosions relative to the post-war ET situation. I simply stood down and would say to myself, Richard has his understanding, I have mine, and one day the twain shall meet. Well, here we are, the twain has met. Richard is now speaking my truth. He's now sharing my thread, what I had to share from what that ET told me when I was 7, 8 years old. So anyway, the story Alfred told you about he, I, and President Carter essentially cabbed Tanya off the story for some reason. I don't know why. And after all, Tanya went on to work on Packing for Mars with Frank Jacob, the film Celestial with Frank Jacob. She and Frank Jacob did, I think, a meritorious documentary on the Dropostone work of Klaus Dona. And we probably could have made EXO, perhaps the sort of precocious introduction I was given to Alfred and Tanya by that ET, or group of ET psychologically abducting me, but because they wanted to see our documentary EXO Me, just like they may have helped, Robert D. Miles do Fast Walkers or something from that era, just as it may have brought Dr. Michael Sala and I together in real time in 2006, but in dream time in 1995 when I was a University of Cambridge grad student just taking a holiday in London in spring of 1995. I had a dream where I was shown Dr. Michael Sala. Somebody was taking me to like Rosslyn Chapel and standing me in front of Michael and saying, Andy, there's a gentleman we'd like you to meet, Dr. Michael Sala. That was not in real time. That was not in the physical state. That was another exopolitician like Alfred, like Tanya, that I met in dream time, apparently related to our work. That is an aspect of the ET situation that has not been covered in exopolitics as conventionally told. Okay.
Awesome.
So are you with me, Aaron?
I'm with you. I just want to let you know we're at 2 hours, 34 minutes. That's where we're at on the show. Just to let you know.
Okay, well, that gets us to 1982.
Okay.
1982 is briefing number 2. I'm studying history at UCLA. I am taking history during the day division, which would lead to my BA in history from UCLA in 1984. And I'm studying advanced math / operations research from fall of 1981 to spring of 1983 with the Naval Postgraduate School at UCLA at night, getting about 3 hours of sleep a night while writing for the UCLA Daily Bruin, going on to win the California Intercollegiate Press Association Merit Award for a series of articles that drove the VA's principal demographic study of Agent Orange off the UCLA campus, where a professor there had said that fear due to publicity is likely to be the greatest health effect of Agent Orange. And I had gone to this professor and said, Professor, I don't want to give his name, I can read right here in a book like Ralph Nader's Who's Poisoning America that before Agent Orange, White, and Blue were even used in Vietnam, there had been 24,000 studies showing that the dioxin in Agent Orange was deleterious to human health. How can you say that fear due to publicity is likely to be the greatest health effect of Agent Orange? So I'm sharing that experience from my college years to reveal that while I was studying history, studying advanced math at night, and pushing myself by getting a few hours of sleep a night and still writing award-winning sort of environmentally oriented stories for, articles for the UCLA Daily Bruin, in fact, that would win awards at the collegiate level. I was also driving down to El Segundo and going to Mars. It was all related to the same thing. Life on Earth, preserving the environment from things like toxic chemical accumulation, and going off planet, and then coming back to Earth and realizing what a beautiful planet this is and how important it was that we preserve it. That's why I spent 8 years from 1980 to 88 working as an environmental journalist in Los Angeles and with the Cousteau Society before studying environmental law at Lewis and Clark Law School. Okay, so I'm still in that phase where I'm, a rookie reporter doing the best Seymour Hersh, the best Geraldo Rivera that I could for the Daily Bruin, and working with some brilliant individuals, by the way. People who would go on to significant writing careers like Jonathan Ticini, Gregory Paul Kreitzer, the television producer Lee Goldberg, our editor-in-chief Frank Spotnitz, who would be the creator of the X-Files with Chris Carter, and so forth. Mary Astadorian, who would write the first article to reach the AP wire on AIDS. Tony Lewis, Murray Anthony Lewis, my great photographer friend from that era, who would take pictures of Buckminster Fuller when I did one of the last interviews with Fuller. And Tony would go on to become the world's leading roboticist with 80 major patents, inventions, and discoveries and papers in robotics and applied so-called disruptive technologies. So this was a brilliant group of fellow Bruins working on the Bruin in different capacities. And I'm just named some of them. And in fact, I think they were so significant, I've written all their names down just to do a book on that group of young writers and photographers and artists and what became of them. It was fascinating. A fascinating study in the fact that in America you can become whatever you put your mind to. So anyway, I'm in that milieu at that time. And one of my English professors at UCLA, who I believe is probably still alive, so his name shall remain nameless, but he was essentially a CIA agent in academia. There has been, and part of the heritage, the legacy of the deep politics of exopolitics is that in American academy, or academia as some people call it, entire departments are run by alphabet intel agencies of the United States government. So, for example, I had the historian William Gibson at UCLA. And Dr. Gibson, Professor Gibson, was a brilliant guy. I loved his class. I don't remember what it was in, but it was in some kind of historiography department. And he had us write a memoir of ourselves, and it was just a really innovative professor. He was my only professor with an earring, and he used to smoke clove cigarettes and talk very rapidly. And he said, Andy, when I was in the sociology department at UC Irvine, the entire department was CIA. Okay? Wow. So I had some UCLA professors sharing the truth of the intel community when I was studying history at UCLA. So those who would criticize academia or university and say, oh, you were all indoctrinated, they don't realize that the battle between truth and the suppression of truth, and both the positive and negative expressions within the intel community, they were at war in academia when I was getting my education in 1980 and 95. So, for example, when I interviewed Dr. Robert Hill of the Marcus Garvey papers and the United Negro Improvement Association archive, I found from Dr. Hill, one of the professors in my own department, that the FBI was founded in 1905, I believe, by a young clerk at the Library of Congress named John Edgar Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover. Not as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, but as the Bureau of Investigation. And what the Bureau of Investigation would do is anytime anybody gave a public address in America that attracted 5 or more American citizens, their name, if possible, their address, what they said, and any written material, any pamphlets, books, circulars, postcards, whatever, that they distributed as part of their public address would be taken down by an agent working for the Bureau of Investigation, where at the Library of Congress, J. Edgar Hoover was maintaining a card catalog of such possible so-called radical syndicalists. Over the years, especially during the 1930s, when Hoover became the vaunted G-Man, who was using a Tommy gun to shoot down the major gangsters of their time, like John Dillinger, the Bureau of Investigation run as this political monitoring exercise where Americans simply exercising their freedom of speech, press, and assembly were being monitored by a federal agency that became a federal police force, grew into the FBI. So that it's my conviction, and the thing I originally wanted to talk about on tonight's show, but there'll be a data point that will cover this. I believe they have been involved not just in monitoring, but in creating false flags and in assassinating enlightened Americans, working on subjects, working on truths that they wish to suppress. I believe it is entirely possible that my vision was taken out in 2016 because the most controversial proposal I made in my platform, 100 Proposals, was transparency on the ET situation. So anyway, I want to make it clear that when I was studying history at UCLA, brilliant scholars there were already deconstructing the damage that had been done to American democracy by the intelligence community, a very intelligence community that I was serving at that time. But I wasn't snitching on those professors. I was going to Mars for the Defense Department to protect our solar system on this planet because there were ETs occupying the moon. So I was doing the right thing, working with the intel community and the Defense Department going to Mars, but I was studying the negative capability of the intelligence community and the Defense Department as a young scholar at UCLA. So we can really careers. Look at somebody like Fletcher Prouty, who kind of worked for the intel community and then recoiled and went back to his dignity and truth as a military man and told some of the truth about the assassination of President Kennedy. Again, we have to stop stigmatizing, stop vilifying other spirits who are all getting to Valhalla with us in just a different road. That is a Christic and a Buddhic wisdom, a Hindu wisdom. We are all spirits on the road to ascension, and as participants in history, we are all on that path to planetary ascension, to planetary enlightenment. Okay, so 1982, I'm doing things like interviewing Dr. Robert Hill and Robert Dallek and Roger Daniel McGrath about gunfighters in the Old West, and equally brilliant professors like Stephen J. Novak about American intellectual history. Just getting an incredible undergraduate education there at UCLA. I loved it. But I'm also going to Mars secretly, and I'm doing all this, rookie reporter stuff for the UCLA Daily Bruin. In fact, there was a cartoon made of me at the time with my aviator glasses where I'm pointing out going, I want to know what the F is going on. Okay. So I was really expanding my awareness during those years. So one of my professors who was attached with CIA has me get into his DeLorean automobile.
Cool.
And the doors come down around us from the top.
Cool.
It's one of those unvarnished, unpainted DeLorean.
Right.
He met me near the undergraduate research library at UCLA, which would become the Charles E. Young Undergraduate Research Library, the Charles E. Young Library, as it were. And he drives me to the city of industry, south of Westwood, California, where the UCLA campus is. And we get out, and he drives the DeLorean to what was sort of a freeway overpass being reconditioned somehow and repaired or extended. I really couldn't tell if it was being put over that freeway or just being repaired. But there were guys up there hitting, hammering away with jackhammers. It was really noisy. And this professor gives me a device that in the intel and in military circles is known as a jawbone. What it does is somebody talks to you, and this thing vibrates behind your ear and touches your mastoid bone. And they can hear what you're saying when you talk to the microphone attached to the jawbone device. And, you can hear each other, and you hear their voice buzzing in your head, but somebody even 3 feet away cannot hear what either of the two conversants are saying. And this English professor, who shall remain nameless, says, Andy, I have taken you down here to the city of industry today for one and only one reason. And I said, what is that reason, Professor so-and-so? I knew him. In fact, I had taken one of his classes. It was a great class. I don't want to say what it was. And he knew about a major area of, let's just call it the study of English. And I loved his class. And I said, so what is it, Professor so-and-so? And he said, Andy, we want you to know that we're concerned, in the intel community, we're concerned that the ETs are going to be going for a complete takeover. So thank you for your willingness to go to the Red Planet. I'm very proud of your Space Medal of Honor for saving your fellow astronaut, Bernie Mendez's life. So he had been briefed on my stuff on Mars, but I just want you to know that we're concerned that the ETs may be going for a complete takeover. Then we got back in his DeLorean, sped back to the Westwood campus, he stepped out of his car, and I never had contact with him again. Now, when I called that professor, when he was still alive, about 2019, he not only denied that incident, he denied working for the intel community, and he denied living in a student, not a student, but a UCLA building in Westwood when he was a professor there. He said he was living in a fairly distant suburb from Westwood and had a long commute every day he was teaching there. That was, in other words, the same kind of response from somebody I had contact with during those years that we got from Major Ed Dames. Remember what Ed said when he called into Coast to Coast AM on 11/10/11?
Yeah.
We had myself. Are you there, Aaron?
Yes, I'm here. Yep.
We had myself, Bernie Mendez, and Brett Stillings confirm that Ed Dames was our first educator before we went to Mars. And the great-granddaughter of a president, Laura Eisenhower, was testifying on that show that she had been asked to go to Mars with her two sons in 2006 and 2007. And Major Ed Dames called in, despite the fact that he was officially listed on his own biography on the internet, his own resume, as being a scientific and technical intelligence officer for the U.S. Army in 1980, and denied that he was our Mars instructor.
Wow.
And Ed said something very interesting during that. He sort of ambushed me with the help of Tom Danheiser. And I think I and George Norrie handled that ambush by Ed Dames very well. And that was, I said, well, I appreciate Major Dames' truth, but I know what happened to us. We had a special educator named Major Ed Dames when we went to Mars. And I would later describe in future podcasts and radio shows that if Ed Dames ever wants to call me, I will give him the name of his girlfriend in 1980 when he was our instructor at College of the Siskiyous in Weed, California, and her name and the town in California that she was from.
Wow.
We have that name and that hometown of Ed Dames' girlfriend in 1980. And I would ask Ed or anybody else to answer how somebody who in the 80s went off to environmental law in Portland, Oregon, would ever recover that information from 1980. Okay, but Mendez and Stillings and I remember and wrote down when we were comparing our notes on Mars, her name and also the hometown of Major Dames' girlfriend. And he had said to us, she was breaking up with him. It's kind of crestfallen. We were having our beer parties. That he was, crestfallen that his girlfriend was going to break up with him. Because at the end of the summer, he would be going with the Army. He'd be stationed by the Army to monitor Soviet troop movements on the German-Czech border. She was refusing to go to that location in Europe with them, so they were breaking up. Ed Dames said when he called into Coast to Coast that I could not have been their Mars educator in summer of 80 because I was on the Czech-German border monitoring Soviet troop movements. And so this goes to the same sort of inconsistency between Alfred and my telling in 2006 of that 1975 dream that I had. In Alfred's telling of my dream, as revealed to him and to he and Tanya Maidenford, Alfred and Tanya were in my dream, but not Alfred and President Carter. Now, how did that happen? In Alfred's experience being abducted in 1975, 2 years before he did work for President Carter's Human Communication Study Program that was shut down by the CIA, Alfred was on the path to working with President Carter. So not just 31 years later, but now 41 years later, no more than that, almost 50 years later, 45 years later or so, Alfred took the data point I gave him from 1975, as told in 2006, and he progressed in his life experience from 1975 to his 1977 experience with the Carter ET human communication study.
Mm-hmm.
In a similar way, when Ed Dames denied being our instructor at College of the Siskiyous in Weed, California, before we went to Mars, maybe it wasn't the Ed Dames in this dimension right now. Maybe it was a major Ed Dames from another dimension, a version of him in another dimension within the Omniverse. Because after all, that would explain why he was denying it without being untruthful necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think serving as a major in Army intelligence necessarily predisposes somebody to becoming a prevaricator. In fact, one of the data points I'd like to share tonight is I think there's been an honorable group of gentlemen within Army intelligence who have periodically protected me, just as I was told they would do so in childhood, when I was told that if anybody came to me and said, Andy, scram, I should do everything to get to the civil defense, the door with the civil defense symbol at my elementary school, Mountain Road School. So it's possible that Ed Dames was telling the truth. And in 2011, when he called into Coast and said, he got very angry, but he finally, before his mic was cut, probably by George Norrie, but even possibly by Tom Danheimer, he began cursing on the air because he was so frustrated trying to make his point. In denying that it was him, he said maybe there was an interdimensional explanation. So he wasn't denying the possibility that a major Ed Dames, a sort of a concomitant of his consciousness in the Omniverse, was our Mars instructor. The other possibility, of course, is he was just prevaricating to save his military pension. He would begin opening his conferences in remote viewing by saying, look, everybody, I know you heard me call into Coast and confront the belated time travelers to Mars, Andy, Brett, and the one asked to go who didn't go, Laura. But I've never been to Mars. So Ed Dames actually went on to emphasize the fact that he was not our instructor, after even suggesting on that show where he denied it the first time that there could have been an interdimensional explanation.
Wow.
So, in a similar way, when I heard, like I said, when I heard Alfred kind of given a slight elision to the facts that I shared with him, when I saw Richard Dolan not want to confront the truth of the atomic bomb connection to the ET situation, it has worked to simply forgive my brothers, forgive my research fellows, remain collegial, remain academically independent, truth-oriented, and say they will come around. So just as Richard came around recently on the atomic bomb connection to the deep politics of exopolitics, I await the day when that happens in regard to Major Ed Dames. Maybe he'll one day write about the fact that he's had memories, dreams, and reflections of going to Mars or of training us to go. Mm-hmm. And that means that, what do you know, we are all in the Omniverse.
Yeah. Well, just the same way you and your dad spent summers, you spent the same summer over again. He could have been displaced to put there while he was somewhere else. So he,
Right, now see how that falls together?
Yeah.
Aaron?
Yeah.
So we're all creatures in the Omniverse who can move around between timelines and dimensions, not just through artificial devices like teleportation-based time travel, chronovision, plasma confinement. We can also do it psychically through remote viewing. We can do it holographically through the Montauk chair. We can do it in memories, dreams, and reflections. So, for example, let me explain what I mean by that. Suppose I have a dream where again I'm Ben Snell, that student and professor from the early days of Amherst College.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I've gotten extremely specific memories from Ben Snell's life. And interestingly, one of my friends at Lawrence Junior High School in Chatsworth, California, in the early mid-70s was Greg Snell. Those are what I call past life distractors. In my afterlife book, I'm going to show specific names, dates, and places, and people and events from past lives that had what I call fractals in this life. Mm-hmm. And I think when we confront the issue of past life distractors or fractals, we have to ask, is that just the fractal nature of multiple lives in our path to ascension? Or are they actually put in each life to just confuse us about our oversoul and make us focus on the current life? I think it may be both. But in any case, I'm getting specific events from Ben Snell's life, like the fact that when my second daughter out of 5 passed away when I was still alive, which is one of the most difficult things you can go through, is the death of a child. Other progeny in your heart, kith and kin, as we used to say. So at Ben Snell, I lost 2 of my daughters. One when I was about 41, and one when I was about 60. And I remember at that second funeral, one of my female colleagues came up to me and said, "How are you doing, Ben?" And I said, "Oh, okay. I had a dress rehearsal for today," meaning I was now bearing the second daughter of my 5 progeny in that life. And she kind of turned her head to the side and said sympathetically, "Oh, Ben." And I began sobbing uncontrollably, and that let out all of the angst, all of the pain, all of the heartache of losing another child.
Wow.
And that's the way the past used to be. I mean, before modern medicine, there was a lot of death. That's why people were having such big families. They expected to lose some of their children. I mean, Abraham Lincoln lost what? He lost 2 during his lifetime. One 6 years after he was born, Tad, and his only son to reach adulthood was Robert Todd Lincoln. Only one of Abraham Lincoln's 4 children reached adulthood. That was normal.
Yeah,
we all have family histories marked by that early passage of the families we were born into. So anyway, what my point there, getting back to my point of that relative to the exopolitics, the deep politics of exopolitics. When I have a dream of that life as Ben Snell, and I'm not just imagining an event, but I'm having one of the events that happened in that life, like going to the memorial service for my second daughter's death, second death of a child, and remembering what was said to me and how I responded, how it was difficult to eat for like 2 weeks because of my heartache. You have to ask, are you not experiencing the simultaneity of time? In other words, some dreams, some memories, some reflections are literally a form of time travel where we are back in that time. That must be to compare past life events to this life and future life. And in my afterlife book, I make such comparisons. I think people are going to be absolute believers in my thesis that I present in that book. There's only 2 explanations to past life memories when you really study the phenomenon to the point of specificity. They are either past lives that we've lived in the omniverse, they are events occurring simultaneously in the omniverse, or we are picking up people who have lived their life events and believing they happened to us. What was told to me at age 9 by the U.S. Department of Defense, before this lady from the DOD regressed me, and I saw myself as Ebenezer Strong Snell, or Ben Snell, of Amherst College, was that the DOD had proven the existence of the human spirit and its transmigration back to heaven and into another body at death. Now, that is a claim that was made to me by a U.S. government official in a secret capacity. Can I therefore say, if so facto, that's what we're dealing with? No. It was what we call in the law a mere assertion. But it's a significant data point in the deep politics of exopolitics, in the sense that why, if America was supposed to be the fulfillment of the Enlightenment, have we concealed for 50 years? And our Department of Defense has proven the existence of the human spirit. Why, for that matter, are they concealing the moving holographic film of not just the crucifixion, but the resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth, as spoken of by Matthew, Mark, and John in the Gospel, if we were founded as a Christian nation? Okay, so I am speaking out, not because I am an opponent of our government. I'm somebody who served our government, multiple capacities. I'm speaking out because we are suppressing enlightenment. We are suppressing the destiny, the purpose for the founding of the United States as the fulfillment, the flowering of the Enlightenment. Now that takes us to our next data point in the deep politics of exopolitics.
Okay, what's that?
Okay, 1997. Singer John Denver dies in a plane crash in Monterey, California. As a colleague of John Denver and a fan of his incredible music that, by the way, is kind of trivialized in the enlightenment suppressing modern music regime that's being piped into all of us. When they only play John's song, "Thank God I'm a Country Boy."
Yeah.
But they never play his beautiful love songs, like "For Having Love," which was even recorded by Placido Domingo and John Denver. They never do his inspiring, environmentally oriented songs like Calypso. What even if it's heard Calypso on the radio recently? They never do his incredibly inspiring song dedicated to the Challenger astronauts, especially Krista McCullough, "Flying for Me," because John, as well as his friend Geraldo Rivera, asked to get aboard the very space shuttle that Sandra and Krista McCullough and 6 other brave American astronauts lost their lives on. So when John's plane went down, they killed a great American, an enlightened American. Now, when I say they killed John Denver, what do I mean? What I'm saying is it's my position, it's my conviction that John Dukendorf, who used a stage name, a trade name, John Denver, the leading seller of records and CDs by Capitol Records, the most successful recording artist in the history of Capitol Records, I think the second being Frank Sinatra, if I'm not mistaken. John was buzzing the home of his actor friend, Clint Eastwood. He went over Clint's house, and as established by an investigation of John's accident by his friend Geraldo Rivera, who, by the way, is not a sensationalist, but a brilliant, courageous man, a Christic individual who won every journalism prize in America in 1971-72 when I was serving in Pegasus as a child chrononaut. Geraldo, one of those people, 15, 20 years older than I, won every journalism prize in America, revealing the atrocities being committed against the mentally retarded being kept at Willowbrook Hospital in the state of New York. Geraldo literally cried on the air while doing that reporting for WABC TV. He then went on to investigate things as profound and important as satanic ritual murder. The things he used to do on his TV show, that was sort of sensationalistic, just like Jerry Springer's show was sensationalistic. But Geraldo would confront even Nazis who had marched from Skopje on the show, and one of them broke his nose with a wooden chair that this guest picked up and smashed Geraldo in the nose and broke his nose. So as an ethical journalist, not a sensationalist, as a courageous, truth-oriented champion in America, the great Geraldo Rivera investigated the death of his friend, singer John Denver. Somebody who was on the board of the Cousteau Society when I was a young environmental writer there in 1986, 7, and 8. Unfortunately, I didn't meet Captain Cousteau, but I did work and meet his son, Jean-Michel Cousteau. And I almost met John if I had stayed for a board meeting of the Cousteau Society. And what I found from my colleagues at the Cousteau Society, like Pamela Stacey, like Dr. Richard C. Murphy, their Vice President for Science and Education, who we called Murph, was that John Denver was a warm, intelligent, engaged, humble, enlightened, brilliant, informed activist for the truth and for the good on Earth. Now, what have I learned about John's untimely death at age 53 in October of 1997? Well, first of all, Geraldo found that when John went over Clint Eastwood's house and then went over the beach in Monterey, there was a loud popping sound. It may have been a backfire, or it may have been a gunshot. I think it was a gunshot. That is to say, I believe that John Denver's plane was shot down. Now, what have I learned since my last discussion of this significant event here on the Quest for Truth? And how amazingly does it relate to the deep politics of exopolitics? I've learned a couple things. First of all, I interviewed a man who asked to remain nameless, who was living in Carmel, California, when John's plane crashed in the Pacific Ocean, and he lost this life in his path to ascension, which I'm sure was accelerated by the beauty and the depth and the wisdom of his incredible musical accomplishments during this lifetime, that short 53 years of life. That he packed a lot of living into too, because John wasn't just a singer-songwriter. He was an environmentalist. He was a pilot. His father had been a pilot in the U.S. Air Force after he was born in, I believe, Tyler, Texas, and in 1944. So he was one of those children of World War II who grew up to fly, to care about the environment. I mean, look at how many of his songs were about flight. Flying for Me.
Mm-hmm.
She's Leaving on a Jet Plane. Fly Away. I mean, many of his greatest songs were flight related. And he was a phenomenal pilot. He could fly circles around other pilots and wave to them and not crash his plane. So we talked about the fact that a popping sound was heard when he passed over Clint Eastwood's house, or went past it, was over the beach. I also interviewed this man from Carmel who said, number one, he saw John's plane go down and it went straight down. He also heard sirens as it was going down. When have we ever heard of sirens being emitted and then a plane crashing in response to those sirens? That never happens. Plane crashes are way too sudden. Commercial airliners travel at 600 miles per hour. Cessnas and so forth can jump like 150, 200 miles per hour. John's plane was seen by this gentleman I spoke to who was living in Carmel, California at that time, just plummeting into the ocean. And the sirens were blaring. What could this mean? Well, first of all, I spoke to another gentleman with ties to Army intelligence and to special forces of the U.S. Army. And he said, Andy, you are on the right path in terms of explaining what happened to John Denver. The device to change to his second fuel tank, which was, the official explanation was that he couldn't both hold his rudders down with his foot and reach back and cause the second fuel tank to come online because it was in the wrong position.
Okay.
So in other words, John's untimely death was explained away by the NTSB and the FAA as a design defect in that experimental aircraft. Not true. In that experimental aircraft, at least what this gentleman told me, I don't know. I'm not a pilot. I haven't examined that, mock-up of that craft or plan for that craft. But what this gentleman tied to the special forces of the U.S. Army and Army intelligence told me is that, in fact, the mechanism to put his second fuel tank online was in the front of his plane. So John's plane apparently didn't go down because it was out of fuel because he couldn't change his fuel tank. It went down because it was shot down. And I wouldn't even be surprised if maybe his friend Clint Eastwood saw or heard the shooting and called the police or something, or the government, the FAA, to say, hey, they've shot John's plane. You better go out there and see if he's alive. If John's plane also, this individual who saw the plane go down, he made the point with me that, look, John was not only a great pilot, but if he didn't have the ability to change his fuel tank and run out of gas, he could have coasted it and gone down horizontally on the surface of the ocean. Unless, of course, he got into an inverted stall, which is always a risk, especially in a smaller plane. That's why I don't get in smaller planes.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I died in a fairly small plane when it went to an inverted stall in my past life as UN diplomat Dag Hammarskjöld when it was shot down. So I have kind of a transpersonal linkage to John on many levels. Fellow environmentalist, fellow colleagues for the Cousteau Society, and individuals who, in the oversoul transpersonal progress of their lives, have experienced being shot down in assassination.
Wow.
Okay, so those are some of the data points that I learned just by speaking about John's death on the Quest for Truth during one of our recent broadcasts.
Wow.
I knew about the popping sound, but I found out about the fact that apparently the mechanism to engage the second fuel tank was in the front of his plane, and that his plane went straight down into the ocean. It didn't try to land and crash into the ocean and break up. It went straight down.
Wow.
At a 180-degree angle to the surface of the sea. And that a siren went off as it was going down.
It's very sad. If that's true, it's just like that CIA assassin that took credit for killing what's his name, Bob Marley. That the fact that they would target people making good, happy music as a threat. I mean, we've really outgrown the need for an organization that does something like that, I would think.
Right. I think the question we have to ask, Aaron, and that's a brilliant analogy you make to the assassination of Bob Marley, another enlightened spirit. When we look at the death, these mysterious, unexplained deaths of a John Denver, a Bob Marley, a Selena Quintanilla Perez, another assassination of an enlightened musician, songstress, as it were, songwriter, singer. I think we have to ask ourselves, are they just killing the enlightened? Is this what Scripture talks about as the war against the saints? They shall war against the saints. Mm-hmm. Well, what is a saint? Maybe a saint is just an inspired human being.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If they are, then we have to confront that fact. We have to, for example, share among all of our brothers and sisters in this country, black people and white people and red people and yellow people and brown people, that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., an inspired spirit, an inspired soul, a warm, gentle, intelligent, loving, enlightened human being. It has been proven that he was not killed by James Earl Ray, but on the balcony of the Lorraine Hotel by U.S. Army sharpshooters. Now let me contextualize that observation. It is an important aspect of the politics of exopolitics. We have to comprehend the fact that there is a battle between good and evil going on our planet. There is a battle between enlightenment and catastrophe. And in every family, in every organization, in every agency, in every country, on every planet, there are good and bad people. So when we make an observation like, well, wait a minute, Dr. William Pepper proved in his book An Active State that U.S. Army sharpshooters killed Dr. King because he was planning his Poor People's March on Washington and even going to construct a shanty town on the Capitol Mall for poor people of all ethnic groups, while blaming President Johnson for wasting our national treasure on the Vietnam War when we should be using it to alleviate poverty in the United States. In other words, when Martin Luther King Jr. went from being somebody working on civil rights to a fundamental anti-war activist, he was taken out in his most charismatic moment, having already alienated the black civil rights community and really every group of the anti-war activists, and then he was taken out. So we have to ask ourselves, is there a war going on against the saints? Are they taking out the enlightened? I don't think Martin Luther King ever said, I don't think you should have a military to protect us from foreign invasion or combat or terrorism or whatever. He was saying, let's not waste our national treasure on war. Let's spend it on peace and prosperity and address the plight of our poor. That was in a country that was producing enough food, according to Buckminster Fuller, to feed the world plus 5%. And yet even in 2016, when I was running for president, something like 1 out of 5 American children were going to bed hungry.
Yeah. How
can we identify Dr. King's Poor People's March on Washington as anything but a good thing?
Right.
So that is my next data point in the deep politics of exopolitics. Now, someone might say, well, Andy, why have you included this in this discussion tonight? Well, I learned something else. So let me drop this bombshell.
Okay.
When John Denver died, he was in a close personal friendship. I don't know on what level. Everybody has their own friendships and colleagueships and relationships and romances and so forth. I don't know what his tie to Carol Rosin was, but John was deeply immersed in the study of the ET situation. Carol had worked for Werner von Braun and would go on to become the president and founder of the International Cooperation, the Institute for Cooperation in Space, ISIS, which Alfred would later serve as the general counsel of. John was apparently planning to take that great wealth from his #1 position in terms of record sales at Capitol Records to do a multi-hour major television documentary, probably with him narrating, with all of his charisma and likability, maybe even singing songs like They Were Flying for Me, where he says, children of Earth, the future belongs to us all. And he was going to discuss the ET situation on prime time in the United States.
Wow.
Now, who previously would have linked, the cancer death of a Carla Turner to John's death? But that's what he was planning when he died. I mentioned how I was down in Houston when John had that tragic accident, or not an accident.
Wow.
I I believe it was not an accident.
Well,
I think all of the evidence points to an assassination. And somebody said to me, well, who would want to kill John Denver? And I may have mentioned that, he had been taking pictures of John F. Kerry on the steps of the Capitol right after Kerry gave that credible address before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee as the most distinguished Vietnam veteran against the war, a Yale-educated Army veteran with 2 Purple Hearts for being wounded in combat, who was speaking about American atrocities in the war and would go on and be swift-boated when he ran for president in 2004, and how John Denver was taking John Kerry's photographs at that time. So he was, in other words, I described how John was intrinsically involved in the anti-war movement in that 1969, 70, 71 period, especially that period after the shootings at Kent State in May 4th of 1970. So in addition to his anti-war activism, what was shared with me was John's plan to do a major primetime show about the ET situation.
Interesting.
So that is my next data point.
Wow.
The next dot to connect in the deep politics of exopolitics. Look, Aaron, when one of our finest folk singers and country and western singers, someone whose work will probably in the future be as significant to American literature as the poems of Walt Whitman or the novels of Jack Kerouac or John Steinbeck or Ernest Hemingway, John Denver's songs will live forever. When we are running across mountains on other planets, playing in the ears of our astronauts will be Rocky Mountain High.
Yeah.
200 years from now, when we're trying to counsel one of our children about the loss of a love relationship, which is obviously part of adolescence, right?
Mm-hmm.
John Denver's Perhaps Love will be played. And I think it's a measure of the degree to which we're not investigating what's happening on our planet that we could lose such an enlightened human being to what was apparently an assassination without investigating it to this degree. And that's all I'm doing. So to John's fans and friends and family members and loved ones and supporters, I'm not stirring the pot trying to create a conspiracy theory around John Denver's passing. I'm connecting data points that were never connected. That's all I'm doing in his honor,
that's
his memory.
So interesting. And you know what would be a good idea maybe is to get a hold of Carol Rosin, find out some of the details about this thing they had planned, and then put it on in memory of John Denver. Because I can picture John Denver
Somebody
doing
in
that.
exopolitics told me that Carol and John were lovers, and that's none of my business.
Oh,
I mean, I think every relationship we experience as a human being takes on some other dimension, and it's all for the good. It all causes our spirits to grow.
mm-hmm.
I don't really think that even has to be asked of Carol Rosin, but her discussions with John about the ET situation would be something I would urge you to do on Truth Quest. Why don't you invite Carol to come on
Okay.
and just talk about her friendship with John, and is it true, in fact, that he was planning such a broadcast? And if it's not true that he was planning such a broadcast, is there any evidence today that he was as deeply engrossed in studying and trying to find answers to the ET situation as he was trying to make the rescue of the environment the central organizing principle of civilization, as Vice President Al Gore, that equally great American, cited in his brilliant work, Earth in the Balance? I think that he was, and the friendship with Carol Rosin pretty much demonstrates that, because, I mean, we could ask Carol, for example, when did she found the Institute for Cooperation in Space?
Mm-hmm.
If it was anywhere near the time John was killed in that terrible accident in 97,
Mm-hmm.
then that would, I think in the law, we would say that would create the rebuttable presumption that John was interested in that topic, because you have to ask how he could he have even met Carol Rosin, to have become his friend, his lover, whatever. So, yeah, we have to find the intersection of Carol Rosin and John Denver, because that will allow us to both illuminate the death of John as possibly an assassination, and illuminate exopolitics as something you could potentially lose your life over. I believe I've lost my vision over it. Now, I don't want to be too paranoid and speculate that I've lost my renal function, my kidney function, from a similar directed energy weapon assault as I lost my functional vision. But look, if somebody is great and as enlightened and as universally appreciated and known as John Denver could be assassinated as a result of his immersion in exopolitics in the ET situation, a presidential candidate who had been on Coast to Coast AM 10 times like myself and been interviewed 500 times in 15 countries and been lecturing all over the hemisphere, and been credited by the great Alfred Lamont Weber as being the epochal whistleblower on time travel. Would the same permanent secret government blind me to prevent me from sharing the truth of the ET situation, even as a presidential candidate? I think the answer has to be yes. I'm not indulging in vainglory by analogizing myself to the great John Denver, but look, I had enough public standing when I ran for president, enough access to the media to be somebody that they would have wanted to suppress from talking about the ET situation.
Yeah.
And I believe that was my first proposal in the 100 proposals.
Yeah, you were sixth.
Okay, so
you were sixth in that England poll. That what's that woman's name? That poll for president. They do betting.
Patty Powers.
Patty Powers. Yeah, you were number 6 of like 57 different people. You were number 6.
No, I think, Aaron, you make an excellent point, and that is, even though I wasn't John Kerry or Andrew Cuomo or Hillary Rodham Clinton or John Trump.
Thank goodness you weren't.
When Patty Powers, the Dublin, Ireland legal betting site, was putting up the odds for American presidential candidates, because of my notoriety on radio throughout the world and being interviewed by the BBC and so forth, and done Coast 10 or almost 10 times by then, 9 times in 2016, I would sometimes be like 1 to 5, 1 to 6 odds at Patty Powers when a John Kerry, who had run as recently as 2004, was like 300 to 1 odds.
I know.
So yes,
I know.
The permanent secret government could have said, "Oh, geez, if the psychics, betting on Patty Power are placing Andy at 5 to 1 or 6 to 1 odds, maybe he'll win." We certainly know that he was identified as the future president and told that in 1980. Maybe he's the guy this time. So that's when I think they moved against my vision. And by the way, I'm not blind. I've just lost a whole lot of vision that I loved. To look into my beloved's beautiful face, to see the beauty of nature, the beauty of the sky and trees and colors. And it's a beautiful planet. I want to see it again, and I will.
You will. Your dad told you.
Because
You will.
By the grace of God,
yes.
gifted psychics like Gwen, just and honorable friends like yourself and James Martinez and other friends have been feeding me the truth about the fact that the threshold of bringing sight to the legally blind is upon us. And that's a beautiful thing. So I'm not giving up. I'm in it for the duration.
Yeah.
I'm in it for the duration. So anyway, that takes us to 1997. Now, into the year 2000, I'm beginning my research on Project Pegasus. I have remained in touch with Courtney M. Hunt, who I first met in 1971 at the Surrealist Cultural Center when he had come back from the year 2200. I had then worked at a gas station, an Exxon station in Chatsworth, at Mason in Devonshire, which was being used as his cover for CIA. And Courtney was my second Mars training officer, and he drove me over to El Segundo to take my first trip to Mars. And when he was actually manning the telecom connection to the jump room when I went up the first time, and I said, Courtney, light this candle.
Mm-hmm.
And he laughed ruefully, as only one of the cigarette-smoking men from the CIA can laugh, because I was quoting Alan Bartlett Shepard from 1961, one of the Mercury astronauts.
Right.
And he was on the pad too long in the Mercury space capsule and said, light this candle. So I was in the aeronautical repositioning chamber so long, waiting for my first trip to Mars, that I shouted to the telecom at the top of the elevator, Courtney, light this candle. And he laughed, and then the arc, the space elevator began morphing from a box into a cylinder, and I was on my way in that nauseating, at that time, 20-minute trip to the Red Planet.
Wow.
Now, in 2000, 16 years after I was no longer going to Mars, I still remained in touch with Courtney. In fact, I reconnected with him in 1993 after having very little conversation with him after 1984, because those of us, as Brett Stillings or Bernard Mendez or Ken Johnson can tell you, even though most of them are having memory problems now, that's certainly an interesting data point.
Mm-hmm.
We should discuss sometime.
Yeah.
I had very little contact with Courtney after 1984 because we all kind of just faded into the woodwork and didn't talk to other Mars explorers. Because Courtney went up there a number of times with Brett and I. And in 2000, I was talking to him about my experiences in Pegasus and my ET contact experiences, but not my experiences on Mars. And I said, Courtney, I know my dad was working on the ramjet a couple of months after the famous July 1952 overflight by those 9 ET craft. He said, how did they find me? And he said, well, Andy, that's something that we in the intel community and the defense technical community proved. They were tracing certain industrial solvents home on the clothing of your parents. So when your dad was coming home from Curtiss-Wright, working on the ramjet, the house that he ultimately bought in 1955 in Mars Plains was under basically ET surveillance. And so that's the next data point. It was in 2000, 48 years after after my family began working on the ET situation, where my dad began working on the ramjet at Curtiss-Wright to chase the ET craft out of our atmosphere. Mm-hmm. And 29 years after I met a 31-year-old, a 40-year-old Courtney Hunt, that in 2000, 19 years after I began as a 20-year-old pumping gas with the 50-year-old Courtney Hunt, that in 2000, when he was 69, although he later told me he was actually born in 1937, not 1931. So he was the age he would have been if he'd been born in 1931, because he had spent 6 or 7 years in quantum displacement, time traveling. Mm-hmm. Just like when my dad died in 1990, at the chronological age of 66, his biological age was 74, because he had spent 8 years in quantum displacement in New Mexico. So anyway, Courtney was one of those time travelers and Mars explorers. One of the only Americans that I've identified as having been on both Project Pegasus, time traveling, and on Project Mars, essentially time traveling to the Red Planet. They were myself, my late father Raymond Francis Basiago, Courtney M. Hunt of the CIA, Major Ed Dames, and William Whitecrow of the U.S. Army. Courtney was Navy, I was Navy, and Dames, my father, and Whitecrow were U.S. Army. So before you start pillorying those who have served our military, remember that there are individuals who have protected you from foreign powers and from negative ETs, so you could sleep in your beds at night and not be killed or eaten.
Right.
And I hate to be so graphic, but that's what angers me when I have these people engaging in that post-Vietnam consciousness of assuming that everybody to serve in the intel community of the military have been villains. Mm-hmm. Some have been villains. Some have indeed been Satanists, like that guy up in San Francisco. His name's escaping me. Colonel, the one who was Douglas Duane Dietrich's commanding officer at the Presidio. But some have been neighbors of yours and fathers and uncles and brothers of yours who have protected your lives. Mm-hmm. I think that the higher level of valor by all Americans is to honor those who have protected you, not seek to prove some false consciousness that they existed to kill others or to oppress. Most have been involved in protecting you from clear and present dangers. Okay, that was 2000. I go up to the Pacific Northwest again to jump back into my legal career. After my mother's passing in 2003, I kickstart my law practice again in Washington State. And I use my law practice to finance my public addresses and radio appearances, first in time travel and then in Mars. Now, in that period, 2000 to 2012, I learned at a minimum that American intelligentsia and exopolitics has been infiltrated by the following. And I don't know what it all means, but let me just list to those I've proved. It has to some extent been infiltrated by extraterrestrials, or interdimensionals, if you will. I have two very explicit stories about shape-shifting by people in exopolitics that I will share tonight. It has been infiltrated by Russian KGB in this country. It has been infiltrated by certain branches of the intelligence community who are following it or wish to subvert it. And there has been a pattern of attacking truth tellers with character assassination. When I worked for Bill Ryan and Carrie Cassidy, when they were taking Project Camelot on their podcast, essentially their video, their weblog, ongoing sort of internet documentary, Project Camelot, where they were trying to frame the big picture. I agreed to film shadow operations with Bill Ryan and Carrie Cassidy on True TV. I did so, and in the Mars Project, which I believe was the title of that pilot for the show Shadow Operations, which is going to be the TV adaptation of Project Camelot, I was the first person interviewed. I was the person featured the most during that 2011 production, which has been, I believe, posted on the internet. And Bill and Carrie were nothing but hospitable and fair to me. My statements to them were heavily edited, but basically fair. I was able to really reveal and discuss at some length going to Mars via the Aeronautical Repositioning Chamber at 999 North Sepulveda in El Segundo, California. But then when I ran for president in 2016, and I was talking about the ET situation as my first proposal among 100, ET transparency, Bill Ryan, a former Scientologist, had broken off from Carrie Cassidy and started Project Avalon. He had moved to Ecuador from the United States. And when a total wackadoodle lunatic made entirely unfounded claims that I had committed atrocities. I won't even repeat them because they were so
don't repeat
evil.
them. Don't repeat them. No. Yeah, good idea.
They were so. I think we have to avoid the habit to recycle these errant, fascistic, false claims of atrocities that are thrown at truth tellers by these government operatives. But this total wackadoodle, who was later claimed he died of black goo, which is not even a known disease or syndrome, in medicine, in modern medicine. But anyway, this total wackadoodle did like a podcast, a video, where he claimed I had killed hundreds and hundreds of children.
Terrible.
There were similar claims made against candidate Jeb Bush from the very family that had produced two recent presidents. And what does Bill Ryan of Project Camelot do from the safety of Ecuador? He says on his Project Avalon, so-and-so tears into Andrew D. Basiago about the atrocities he committed.
Oh, boy.
And I had to ask myself, how could a man who supported my truth-telling in 2011, when I was running for President of the United States, as somebody who had become educated and experienced in serving this country, both educated and experienced helping the country, helping the American people and the people of the world, how could I have been totally torn into by Bill Ryan and my good name sullied again by somebody I had helped? And this has gone on a number of times in exopolitics. I don't want to name names now about others who have done this, but I'm happy to say tonight that one of the things I learned in that 2000 to 2012 period, when I was bringing my time travel and Mars visitation truth forward, is that American society, the American blogosphere, if you will, is riddled with government operatives, and one of their tasks is to defame truth tellers, to engage in character assassination. And one of those operatives is none other than Bill Ryan, the son of an MI6 officer from Britain, by his own admission.
Wow.
A former Scientologist by his own admission. Somebody who had a split with Carrie Cassidy, who continues to seemingly be trying to tell the truth about people in the secret space program, although some of those people, like the most recent one, Solomon Berg, are clearly sharing completely made-up stories. So I just want to, in this first data point tonight from the 2000s, share the fact that Bill Ryan was my friend in 2011. He was totally psyched about what I had to share. How could it be that 5 years later, he reified completely untrue statements that were made about me by a lunatic? Statements that accused me of committing over 100 atrocities against our most vulnerable children.
Well,
how could he do it from the safety of Ecuador? I don't think Bill Ryan knew when he moved to Ecuador that I learned as a result of my intel contacts that went all the way back to my 6th year. In my 50s, when I was running for president in 2016 at age 55, I knew from a lifetime of contacts with people in need-to-know positions that present and former CIA agents were moving to Ecuador. So, Bill Ryan, Bill, I'll invite you to come on Aaron's show, if I might be so acquisitive, Aaron, to borrow your show for a second, your podcast, to answer questions from Aaron, or to come on this show, The Quest for Truth, my podcast, with Aaron, to answer that question. Why did you attack me in 2016? Are you in the business of reifying errant claims of nonsense, defamatory statements of great Americans and great world citizens that you've known and worked with because some lunatic places that on some video weblog or podcast on the internet? When Penny Bradley accused the great Alfred Lamont Weber of being a criminal, a distinguished Yale graduate who has spent over 50 years with a perfect record working for the District of Columbia Bar, who was a Fulbright scholar in Uruguay and is the author of many brilliant books was a criminal? Somebody with no criminal history at age 80? Are you going to take that attack on Alfred, Bill Ryan?
Slander.
And accuse him?
Slander. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if
killing over 100 fellow human beings?
Yeah.
Bill, you have outed yourself. You are working for those who are working against the truth movement.
Yeah.
And I want to say all of those that are listening, all of those who participated in the assassination of John Denver, just like that brave assassin of Bob Marley who has come forward, as hopefully someday the actual assassin of Selena Quintanilla Perez will come forward, that great Tex-Mex singer, that female Hispanic singer who was poised to become the female Hispanic Elvis Presley with her incredible talent and her obvious spiritual depth. You have killed great spirits on this planet. Come forward and you will save your spirits. A soul is only a spirit incarnated in a body. A spirit is forever. And when you violate God's law of thou shalt not kill, thou shalt honor your father and mother, thou shalt not bear false witness, you are violating the Creator God's laws that we were given to ascend. If you do not ask for the world's forgiveness and admit your sins before God and man, before leaving your body, you will go to hell. You will go to the dark lands spoken of by the Muslims. You will go to the dark lands that Jesus of Nazareth came to rescue us from. The Jesus that was born, died, and rose again. I saw him die. My late father saw and recorded him rising again, his resurrection. I shall be delivering that truth in as many churches and synagogues and mosques in this country that will have me to share the truth that the Satanists and the secularists and the skeptics have been trying to spread. What have we heard lately? We've heard the astrotheologists like Michael Sarian and Dorothy M. Murdoch, the late Dorothy Murdoch, who used the name Akarya S., that Jesus was just a repetition of the ancient legend of Horus. He was not. He was a flesh and blood man who was even written of by the Hebrew historian Josephus during his lifetime. We've had a fascinating researcher like David Icke spread the completely untrue story that Jesus and the Gospels were just a novel written by the Piso family of Italy, like in the 1500s. More nonsense. I saw scenes from Jesus' ministry. I saw scenes from his resurrection. And my dad captured and saved and shared holographic moving images of Jesus of Nazareth's resurrection. Wow. That's why I'd like to salute Alfred Weber for writing a short book about that fact, about the fact that Jesus really lived. He was born, he carried out a ministry, possibly after being trained in India, and he was crucified in a gruesome way. I almost couldn't watch the screen. Yeah. And then rose again, with not one but two angels appearing in his crypt. And but isn't it interesting that Luke, the physician, did not tell that story of Jesus' resurrection, and that today Cabo San Lucas, Cape St. Luke, is the Beverly Hills of Mexico, one of the most Roman Catholic countries on the planet. And they're having satanic masses there in which teenage girls go to a stage where Satan is while dressed in black underwear.
Fair enough.
Okay, so we have to start collecting these data points.
Okay.
If you're out there, I would stay away from Cabo San Lucas. It is a center of Satanism. Doesn't mean if you go there you are. It just means you got to be on the alert for that. So anyway, so today I throw down the gauntlet, and my data point that I'm sharing from 2011 is Bill Ryan. If you are a man of truth, if you are a man of God, if you are not in the business of character assassination, will you withdraw and will you apologize to me for sullying my good name by reifying the absolutely untrue, absolutely scurrilous, absolutely evil claims made against me by the lunatic and wackadoodle Tory Smith? Isn't it interesting that a Tor is a place of Druidic sacrifice? Interesting, Tory Smith. That the Tories in England were the Conservative Party that didn't believe in spending money on all British citizens. That's why they were called the Tories. So yes, my friend, the deep politics of exopolitics is that we are in a battle between good and evil, operating on all levels within the human soul of every person, within every family, within every country, within the entire planet. So that's the next data point, is the absolute reversal of Bill Ryan in essentially attacking somebody who helped him. Who does that? If somebody, if you're out of gasoline in your city and a friend or even some stranger comes by and gives you a lift in that gas station so you can get some gas and walk back to your car, or that person can take you back to your car. Mm-hmm. If you see that person 5 years later in church or in school or on the street or wherever, do you flip them off or call them bad names and scurrilous accusations, or you say, "Oh, hi, friend, thanks for giving me that lift 5 years ago"?
Yeah.
So how do you explain this, Bill Ryan? How do you explain the fact that I worked for you and helped you and glorified your work by doing excellent interviews about my visits to Mars in your pilot Shadow Operations on True TV? And then you reified not just untrue, but scurrilous, highly defamatory claims made against me by a lunatic that have absolutely no truth and no foundation. Evidenced by the fact that did the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Washington, which I've been a member of since 2014, did they investigate those claims? Did the Washington State Bar Association, which I've been a member of since November 15th of 1996, did they investigate those claims, Bill Ryan? No. Why did you call me before recycling that nonsense, that defamatory evil that was directed at me by that lunatic? So remember, we are not supposed to bear false witness against others. It is a venal sin. So let's get back to the First Amendment, my friends. Whether we are Christians or Catholic or Jewish or Muslim or Jain or Hindu or whatever, we have to go back to the Ten Commandments and realize that is a revelation by our Creator God to Moses. And that's how we're supposed to perform our lives. Mm-hmm. I took care of my mother for 8 years because she was dying. Why? Yes, because I loved her. Yes, because she was my best friend. Yes, because she was a saint and a beautiful person who I was so lucky to be born into the womb and the lap of as an infant. But, and the one I credit with me getting all the way from Morris Plains, New Jersey to the University of Cambridge by my 33rd year, and all the way to Mars for that matter without going crazy. Mm-hmm. But I took care of my mother for 8 years because Scripture teaches, honor thy father and thy mother. Just like in the case of my father, I honored his 1989 request to tell the story of Pegasus. I spent 30 years of my adult life doing that to honor my father. He was a great American who will go down in the history of time travel at the same level as two other great Slavic Americans, the Serbian immigrant inventor Nikola Tesla and the Polish-American participant in Project Pegasus, the director of DARPA at that time, Stephen J. Lukasik. And so as a fellow Polish-American and believer, I have honored my father by telling the story of Pegasus. So everything in exopolitics is related to everything else. I hope I've helped bring them together tonight. And there's just a few more data points. So
I think you did.
Let's go for it.
Well,
So
we're 15 seconds from 4 hours. This is a very long.
Okay, let's go on for another one. One more hour. Okay.
One more hour?
2012. 2012, Aaron. I'm doing the first UFO conference, which was held in Santa Clara, California, under the aegis of Lorien Fenton. The moderator was Sean David Morton. Sean secretly wrote a salutation in his book, The Sands of Time, to me. I don't have it before me, but it's something like, Andy, you are a great man. You are so courageous, and you are so a tribune of the truth. You are just totally out in the front there with the truth about time travel, and I salute you, brother. God bless you, and may God always protect me. And then the other brilliant person in that conference, of course, was Alfred Weber. Now, what I want to share about this 2012 data point is, let's examine who among those speakers at that event developed eye problems. Before I just mentioned, Sean David Morton is legally blind after being sent to federal prison on trumped-up charges and being blinded by his jailhouse physicians. Lorien Fenton developed an unexplained case of macular degeneration. Alfred Weber has had vision difficulties in one eye and was, I believe, adjudged legally blind in Canada. And I developed retinopathy in 2016, and in 2019 had 6 operations and was adjudged legally blind in California, in the United States medical system. So this next data point from 2012 is that 15 years after 1997, when I believe they assassinated John Denver, for wanting to do a national broadcast in prime time with all of his wealth and charismatic public standing about the ET situation. And a year after I did shadow operations with Bill Ryan, for him to only go on and recycle utterly defamatory, scurrilous nonsense about me in 2016. In 2016, I, Alfred, Sean David, and Lorien developed problems with legal blindness. And if you, Lorien Fenton, Sean David Morton, and Alfred Weber are listening, I am with you in spirit. We shall always be in solidarity as brothers and sisters, Lorien. And I feel for you because I know what vision loss, what visual impairment is like to deal with. It is really difficult to deal with. And I just want everybody to know that I believe that that was not an accident. I don't believe that was a coincidence. That essentially the 4 stars of that first UFO con in 2012 in Santa Clara were blinded. You know, Sean David Morton, for example, was the producer that brought the Roswell incident onto the show Unsolved Mysteries. He brought that show about that Black American Air Force officer who had been abducted outside of a U.S. Air Force base onto Unsolved Mysteries. Essentially, the revelations about the ET situation on Unsolved Mysteries, which were brought to the American people essentially for the first time, through that great paranormal show with Robert Stack, show of Unsolved Mysteries, was the work of Sean David Morton. In the same way that Alfred founded Exopolitics.
Right.
In the same way that I became the principal tribune of time travel truth. In the same way that Lorien Fenton became the leading sponsor of conferences in the paranormal, including UFOs and ET. So I would be remiss to not blame those who have been blinding our truth tellers. Those of you who are doing that, again, I would urge you to come forward, confess your sins, reveal who you are to those you have injured, because your eternal spirits are hanging in the balance until you do so. You should be hoping and praying that you won't lose your position in your current bodies before asking for the forgiveness before God and man, and especially before your victims, because that is the situation that we are all in. Okay, 2012. At that conference was my fellow Mars astronaut, Bernard Mendez, somebody who is no longer part of the truth movement because he's lost so much memory and admitted it. But Bernie gave me my third briefing about the ET situation. At the conference, he handed me a video of the new program, The Invaders. That was the new version of that classic 1960s TV show with Roy Teig, The Invaders, okay, that suggested that there were sort of ETs living amongst us, as Ruth Montgomery had said in her book, Aliens Among Us. And later, during that conference, like 3 days later, having been skilled in dealing with what's called in the intel community dead drops, Bernie basically gave me a drop of information. And I thought, oh, I hope Bernie's not telling me that there are invaders among us. So I buttoned out Bernie at the conference while that videotape was back of the new invaders was back in my hotel room. And I said, Bernie, you gave me a video a couple days ago. Was that a government advisement? And he said, yeah. He didn't say that. He just shook his head, yes. Okay, and that was in 2012. In 2019, 2020, I'm not really sure what it was, I called Bernie and I said, Bernie, are there invaders among us? In other words, can you be staying at somebody's house and let's say somebody who owns that house can come over and visit you, and then 2 or 3 days later, that same person can come over to the house, but they're 20 pounds heavier and they're acting in a malevolent way rather than a benevolent way. Have we been invaded by ET? And he said, yes, it was true. In other words, in that 2012 to 2019, 2020 period, my fellow Mars astronaut, Bernard Mendez, who was essentially the Indiana Jones of ET human contact, like Bernie had talked about meeting El Supremo, that long-necked ray, who is kind of the commander of this galaxy or this part of the galaxy.
Yeah.
And he said, look, we can't land on your planet and straighten everything out because we're just trying to put out brush fires all over the galaxy. Bernie acknowledged that that's going on. And so when I wrote in 2016 in my 100 Proposals, my platform for president, that we should have ET transparency. The ET transparency that they cannot reveal to the American people or the people of the world, and that is part of the deep politics of exopolitics, is that some non-Earthlings have assumed the form of Earthlings. And Aaron, that takes us to our last data point tonight.
Okay.
I met William Whitecrow, when his name was William Paris, in spring of 1971. In 1971-72, he then became my martial arts instructor for Project Pegasus. We had country races, steeplechase courses to go through, mud flats to run through. We were taught how to balance on a balance beam while he was pushing at us with a jousting rod. We had to learn to fall off the back of a truck and roll on our shoulder and all kinds of stuff. I'm still amazed that we were doing some of it, or most of it. Shot out of catapults to feel like it was accelerated at great speed, stuff like that. then I ran into William Paris when he was on Mars in 1982, and Brett Stillings and I went to a Quonset hut that he was standing in front of, and White Crow, as it was then known, William White Crow, drove us over to an area where there had been pterodactyl attacks of our colleagues from America on the surface of the red planet, and White Crow was just smiling like, God, I'm so proud of you, Andy. You got here all the way to Mars after I worked with you so many years ago. And by the way, that was only 10 years after White Crow had stopped working with me in 1972. I had reached the red planet where he was posted. And unfortunately, after coming forward in the truth movement and even endorsing me for president in 2016, in February of 2018, William White Crow was found hanging in his prepper compound outside of Redding, California. That was in 2018. My data point from 2019, 2020, the same time that Bernie told me about the fact that we are being invaded, I received a call from a friend of William White Crow, the late William Paris, as it were, named Wally Chisholm, Chissolm, which is, interestingly, the maiden name of Alfred Lamont Weber's mother. And that New Orleans Acadian, French name that Alfred was talking about, his background in his recent excellent appearance on your show, Truth Quest. And Wally Chisholm told me that he was an old friend of White Crow, William White Crow, and that he was sorry that he had died. He didn't know whether he had been murdered or had committed suicide or had an accident when he was found hanging. But, and nobody did. But when he was hiking with White Crow in the woods around Redding, California, White Crow was standing on a ledge, a rock ledge across from him. And there was a gap between the two of them. And he watched White Crow shapeshift from a human being into a tall gray.
Wow.
So this is essentially eyewitness testimony to the theme conveyed to the American people in the fictional 1960s and 2000 era TV show, The Invaders, and the New Invaders that was done like 40, 50 years later, which is the tape that Bernie had given me in 2012, that there are, just as Scripture says, be hospitable to all strangers, lest you be entertaining an angel unawares, which is really a statement in Scripture that there are non-humans among us, and we should be hospitable to all strangers, lest we treat one of these visitors in our civilization the wrong way, one of these angels among us, or aliens among us even. But that theme in The Invaders, as supported by the lifetime testimony of a Bernie Mendez, was shared with me by an eyewitness named Wally Chisholm, but at least that's what he said his name was. Several years after White Crow's mysterious death by a hanging, and then Wally Chisholm disappeared. Wally Chisholm, if you're out there and you're listening to this podcast, would you please call me? You called me and then you disappeared. I don't know whether you were lying, whether you were telling the truth, just a concerned fellow American about the death and the background of William White Crow. I don't know whether you were an ET. I don't know whether you were a fellow ET of White Crow, if he was a shapeshifting ET. Or I don't know if you were working for the U.S. government. Who were you? How come I can't find you now? I was not imagining your call. My fiancée heard it. I had you on speakerphone, okay? It was a real call. We didn't record it, but there were two witnesses to that call. And you claimed that my fellow Mars astronaut, William White Crow, had shapeshifted into a tall gray right in front of you. Isn't it curious that I met two tall grays beneath Albuquerque, New Mexico in 1971 when I was serving in Project Pegasus, right near the Manzano weapons storage area beneath Albuquerque. So please call me Wally Chisholm. I want to verify your call to me, lo those several years ago.
Wow.
So essentially, the briefing by Mendez was supported by the proof of the notion that there are aliens among us. And that's what I'd like to end tonight's show with. Just as there are angels among us, just as there are memories by human beings like myself of having been humans, ET, dolphins, and other sentient life forms in previous lives, just as there are interdimensionals among us, people from other timelines. The fact that those of us studying to go to Mars could have been taught by a different major ed dames on a different timeline, thus confusing our understanding of history, true history. The true history of the deep politics of exopolitics is the unspoken truth in this country, the greatest country on earth, in our mainstream media, that the ET situation is so advanced that there are ETs living amongst us who resemble contemporary human beings. When I had that experience in 1989, when I was in law school up in Portland, or down in Portland, I should say, here from my perspective in Washington State, when I was going to Lewis and Clark and I was just relaxing from law school by going to those Portland UFO group PUFOG meeting, the woman sitting in front of me was not a human being. She was clearly an ET using some kind of masking technology or makeup to hide her ET features. And I don't know if I mentioned on the show already, but she had eyes that were about 3 times larger than human eyes, and they were all black. That is not a normal human trait. So there are ETs among us, probably posing as contemporary human beings, using makeup, fake eye color, contact lenses to hide retinas that are different colors. You know, there have been individuals who have been seen shape-shifting on camera on the internet by just blinking their eyes, and their contact lenses have gotten stuck and their gray irises have shown. 2 would be Steve Bassett, who has done everything he can to actually infiltrate and disrupt exopolitics, and Michael Chertoff, who became Homeland Security Director in this post-9/11 police state that's been created around us. So that's what I'd like to end tonight's show with, is the fact that I have been briefed on the fact that there have been aliens among us. I have witnessed one, and I received recent eyewitness testimony that has been claimed by that person that one of my fellow astronauts was actually a tall gray that was capable of shape-shifting into a contemporary human form. I also know of a particular figure in exopolitics who shape-shifted into a snake in front of some other figures in exopolitics.
Wow.
But I do not want to discuss more about that sighting, if you will, that event tonight. But it is going on. So I hope I didn't cause anybody to lose any sleep tonight. But I believe in looking at what's right in front of us and responding appropriately. And perhaps, again, that's why I was blinded. But that is the last data point in the deep politics of exopolitics. The fact that, yes, we can all continue to look at the lights in the sky on Paranormal Caught on Camera and other specials that are shown on cable television. But I really wonder what John Denver was actually going to tell us. Maybe he even had information by using all that great wealth he had in that background as a pilot, as the son of an Air Force officer, an Air Force pilot, to tell us the truth about the ET situation. And that's what I've tried to do tonight.
Well, I think that if John Denver would have done that program, if he was thinking about it, he would have done a version of one of his songs, Take Me Home, Cosmic Road. There you go. Take Me Home, Cosmic Road. Instead of Country Road.
Well, John was talking about actually our destiny in space. Take a song like Flying for Me. Mm-hmm. When John peaked in that song dedicated to the Challenger astronauts who lost their lives in January of 1986, I guess it was.
Okay.
He says, children of spaceship Earth, the future belongs to us all. That's what the permanent secret government, the deep state, doesn't want to be told.
Right.
Children of spaceship Earth, the future belongs to us all. They want to believe in almost the modern, I'm making an analogy sort of to the Catholic priesthood. In the same way that the Catholic priesthood wants to believe that they're our channel to the supreme being, the deep state wants to convince us in every way possible that they're our channel to our fellow humanoid sentient life form visitors from other planets. But that is a complete psyop that's being run against the people of the United States and the people of the world. Certainly in those places where there's modern television broadcasting and feature films and so forth. The ETs have been contacting millions of human beings. They have almost all been highly intelligent, kind, pacifists who have come in a spirit of brotherhood and love. Some have been negative ETs, but most have not. And there is a massive psyop being run against those who are the tellers of truth in exopolitics. They are being blinded, they are being assassinated. And there is a movement to put forward complete liars who are making up stories about their involvement in the secret space program. The interview with Solomon Berg by Carrie Cassidy of Project Camelot, my very ultimate betrayers and contemners for no apparent reason, 2012 to 2016, was ridiculous. It was farcically asinine and ridiculous. There is no way that Solomon Berg could be telling the truth. He even claimed at one point that he could only name one comrade after he stayed for 11 months on Mars, but he knew that Randy Kramer, who they always bring up, just like they always bring up the German threat, is viewed as a hero in the secret space program. So my question to Solomon Berg, this new apparent figure in the secret space program that Carrie Cassidy of Project Camelot has brought forward, the one who asked me questions that were so difficult when she interviewed me on camera in 2011 for Shadow Operations on True TV, I one time started misspeaking and had to start filming again because she was balancing up my ability to tell my truth. But whoever since then has been interviewing people for Project Camelot and clearly leading the witness, why would somebody exploring people's secret space program activities have to always be leading the person being interviewed?
Yeah. Why
can't you just ask them who, what, where, when, why, how? The 5 W's and H, as we used to call it in entry-level journalism 40 years ago. Carrie is a graduate of the business school, the Anderson Graduate School of Management at UCLA, my alma mater, where she received an MBA from UCLA when I was receiving a history degree. Why is she always leading the witness? But anyway, Solomon Berg claimed that, oh yeah, I only can mention Dan Jordan, my one colleague from those 11 months on Mars. But I want you to know that there were Germans on Mars, and Randy Kramer is viewed as a hero by the secret space program. You mean after Randy Kramer told Michael Sala in 2013 that the wife who died in his arms on Mars was named Deirdre? And then when I asked him in 2017 at the first UFO Con and Paranormal Symposium in Yelm, Washington, for the name of any comrades on Mars, he couldn't name the name of his wife or anybody else he spent with on Mars during those, 14 years between, or no, 17 years between 1987 and 2004 that he was on the Red Planet. And then I asked him on Gary Leger, Mad Martians show Martian Revelation in 2020. Randy, what was the name of that wife who died in your arms on Mars? And he said, oh yeah, Andy, it was Doris. So Randy Kramer was totally blown out of the water in 2017 and 2020, both live on stage and live on a broadcast in Exopolitics, being done by a truth advocate like Gary Leger. And years later, people are still always reifying the Randy Kramer story, the truth of Randy's apparent truthful revelations. When Ken Johnston, who went to Mars with me and was on the surface with me, called the Marine Corps, and they told us that no Randy or Randall Kramer has ever been a captain in the U.S. Marine Corps, and there was nobody named Randall or Randy Kramer serving in the U.S. Marine Corps between 1987 and 2004, and that was an official statement to us by the U.S. Marine Corps in writing, delivered to Ken Johnston. And we broadcast that years ago, and these supposed participants in the secret space program are still reifying the truth of Randy's spurious, made-up, and contrived claims, most of them based on exaggerations of my true experiences. And here Solomon Burke comes along and is interviewed by the benighted Carrie Cassidy of Project Camelot, whose partner attacked me in the most vicious way 4 years after I, in a friendly and professional way, accelerated their careers by sharing my data on a TV pilot.
Wow. And
she's interviewing some guy, and he's saying, oh, yeah, I can only name my friend Dan Jordan on Mars. But I want you to know that everybody in the secret space program views Randy Kramer as a hero. It's got to be Randy, not Andy, who was, after all, given the Space Medal of Honor by the CIA for saving Bernie Mendez's life by carrying him a mile on the surface. You won't talk about that, which I've shared on now dozens and hundreds of radio and podcast broadcasts about the secret space program. No, we can't have Andy be a hero. It has to be his surrogate, the falsifier, Randy. Oh, isn't that interesting, the way they're using neurolinguistic programming to deceive us? Solomon Burke then goes on to claim in this recent broadcast with Carrie Cassidy that the way they were getting to Mars was not via aeronautical repositioning chamber under the direction of Howard Robart Hughes, as verified by Andy and by a retired general for the U.S. Air Force, Mark Music, and by other people who were going there, like Fred Stillings and Bernie Mendez and William Whitecrow and Ken Johnston. But the way they were getting to Mars was in a space plane that was being propelled by a nuclear bomb being blown up behind them. Of course, we don't want to tell the American people that the ETs are coming here because we've blown up more than we and the Russians and the Chinese and the French and the British have blown up more than 2,000 nuclear weapons. We don't want to tell them that one Trident submarine has as many nuclear bombs of destructive capacity in it as if one Hiroshima blast was blown up every day for 13 years. We want to convince the American people in podcasts that Solomon Burke was getting to Mars by nuclear weapons being blown up behind his plane. And they didn't turn him into something called charcoal. They propelled him to the red planet. Right.
Well,
my friends, my fellow Americans, my fellow world citizens, we have to become more discerning. Mm-hmm. The evidence of the subversion of the truth about the ET situation, the truth of the fact that nuclear weapons and their explosion are anathema to life aboard this planet and life in this universe, and indeed in this omniverse, as explicated by the brilliant Alfred Lamont Weber, is deleterious, is anathema to life itself. And I cannot believe just another liar entering the literature of the secret space program, claiming he was getting to Mars via the explosion of atomic bombs. There we have the cover-up right there. Convince the people that atomic bombs are safe even when they're exploded and are so effective as a form of high technology. Oh, no, you weren't getting to Mars via a brilliant time travel device under the direction of Howard Hughes. We're still getting to Mars by blowing up atomic weapons and getting there after we're pushed there rather than when we're incinerated by the nuclear blast.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Haven't any of these people read Hiroshima by John Hersey? I mean, come on.
Well,
but that is the nature of the deep politics of exopolitics.
Yeah.
They are putting forward one after another liar to conceal the truth about the fact that we went to Mars because the moon is occupied by several ET species, as many as 6, according to Dr. Ken Johnson, who worked with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, the space shuttle, and was going to Mars, who was the individual who took the photographs of large fossils of animals on the moon that Apollo concealed, out of NASA, and is a major figure in the truth movement for having done so on both what was on the moon and having gone to Mars. And they are still trying to convince us that, oh, none of that matters. The nuclear weapons we're blowing up don't matter. In fact, some of the people in the secret space program are getting to Mars by blowing up atomic bombs. Please, I want to continue to be able to eat my Special K in the morning. Okay? That's my message to these liars and government operatives and paid disinformants in the so-called truth movement.
Yeah, and if you, when you're viewing these people, just use some discernment and think about Andy's story and all the data points he has and all the corroboration and evidence and witnesses who've come forward. So clearly, I think you could visualize it as, everyone's building a building, and the Basiago building is a solid building with solid foundation of truth, while the other so-called truth buildings going up around us by these other people it's shoddy construction. And you only have to look at the buildings of truth to realize which one is true and which ones aren't. So I think people are really catching on. And when you were talking about the guy with the sweaty hat, I can't even say his name, Ryan.
Bill Ryan.
Yeah,
the one with the moldy hat.
Yeah, people in the chat were saying, yeah.
Former Scientologist Bill Ryan, the son of MI6.
No, nobody's
MI6.
Nobody's following him anymore. So no one has any. And that's what they were saying in the chat. So I think that
the individual who literally brought James Corey Good forward as Corey Good E.T. and then renounced him, just like his technical producer at Gaia TV, Jay Widener, produced Corey's interviews under Cosmic Disclosure with David Wilcock, and then renounced him. I mean, Jay Widener was a Brussels sprout. He was a young journalist who worked for the early figure in the truth movement, Mae Brussel. And Mae was doing that rather questionable technique of content analysis. I mean, I ended up somehow connected to Edgar Mitchell or James McDivitt or some other astronaut because we were on the same page in a book. I never met the man, right? I met Buzz Aldrin, but I didn't meet Ed Mitchell or whoever Mae Brussel of Carmel, California connected me to. But she was an early truther. Jay Widener worked for her as a young journalist, and he went on to develop the Corey Good story after Bill Ryan, son of British intelligence, a former Scientologist, and they both went on to denounce Corey Good. Whether Corey Good's story is true or false, I really have not judged in either way. I've withheld judgment on Corey's claims, just because I think he may be an ET experiencer who was sort of slipstreamed other experiences, as many contactees have experienced. But they produce him, and then they denounce him. Is that done in journalism? I mean, if 60 Minutes is a story, and they realize they've been had by somebody, they go on the next week and they say, unfortunately, that person we interviewed was lying, and here's how we know.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the fact that Steve Croft of 60 Minutes did an hour-long show on Project Echelon in like February of 2000, and then virtually everything he said was repeated by Edward Snowden like 12 or 13 years later, and they made a statue to Edward Snowden in Germany like he was some major truth teller. And all he was doing was repeating what Steve Croft had reported on 60 Minutes and then fleeing to Russia. Okay, so they're even running psyops where they're creating heroes or, heroic valor as the victims of government discrimination and government character assassination, government persecution as truth tellers, but they're using that in psyops against the truth. And that really, I think, encapsulates how sophisticated disinformation has gotten in our time. But has the disinformation being used under the general caption of the so-called secret space program? Like where Aaron McCollum said he was a super soldier in the secret space program and then revealed he was part dolphin. Or James Casbold claimed he was a super soldier and then committed extortion against his wife and father-in-law and his father-in-law's brother and was jailed for 10 years in Britain. There are figures in the literature of the secret space program who have actually been found to be criminals. Like, I'll just cite one that was mentioned recently by Laura Eisenhower and Doc Skinner and other sort of activists within disclosure, and that's Alex Collier. I interviewed Alex Collier's ex-wife, Liberty, in 2012, 10 years ago, in San Diego, California, when I was speaking there at the Swedenborgian Church under the aegis of Reverend Carla Augusta Friedrich, the minister of that parish of the Swedenborgians. And I talked about my time travel experiences and my Mars experiences. And the ex-wife of Alex Collier came up and she told me the whole truth of this man. He is a con man named Ralph Angerman from Fresno, California, who was jailed in federal prison for claiming he had a CPA, that he was a certified public accountant, and completing people's federal tax returns, which violated some federal law. And then he was released, and then he went on the lecture circuit as Alex Collier, claiming that we know where all the different ETs visiting us are from, which will certainly appease people's fear of ET, right? But I know, and my fiancée Gwen knows from our father's work and our own experiences, that the U.S. government has never known those questions that Joseph Humer posed to me in the ET briefing I received as a fifth grader. We don't know what they are, where they're from, who they are, where they're from, what they want. So please spend your life trying to find out answers to those questions. Make that your life's work. That's the truth of the ET situation. That is the opposite of the truth that Alex Collier began sharing in the 1990s, 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, on the UFO lecture circuit, when he changed his name from Ralph Angerman to Alex Collier and became somewhat of one of those coast-to-coast AM media celebrities, sharing his truth about ET. But it wasn't true. It was government disinformation to conceal the fact that we don't know where the ETs are from. But we do know they have been damn concerned about our cosmically stupid, insensate practice of blowing up atomic bombs that destroy the physical substrates of the omniverse.
Yeah.
The multiverse, the universe, however you wish to perceive it.
Yeah, that is.
It's everywhere else. Wow. And we have to stop it.
Yes.
Thank God we've begun to.
I agree.
And thank God we've begun to have this emergence of the truth in mainstream ufology through the participation of people who stayed on the story, like Richard Dolan. And that's why I'd like to actually dedicate tonight's broadcast to Richard. We never saw eye to eye, but we're beginning to. And that's what the truth has to be about. And, as I've often stated to both Dr. Michael Sala and Alfred Lamont Weber, JD, which would make Alfred and I, doctors in England I want to see a rapprochement between Alfred and Michael. They don't want to participate in that rapprochement. But I think it would be a great event because it would recognize that, look, as Jim Morrison said, I love the friends I have gathered together on this thin raft. Life is a vapor. Life is a small boat. As Joseph Campbell said, we are on the back of a whale fishing for minnows, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have constructed pyramids in honor of our escaping. We have been doing great creative things in our effort to be able to get off this planet, to go on spiritually during our future lives. And I want to see Dr. Sala and Dr. Weber, if I might use that appellation, for those of us who are brethren in the law at the doctoral level. I want to see them come together and say, okay, let's let bygones be bygones, because ultimately, the fellowship that we're going to need to survive on Earth and deal with the ET situation and join the fellowship of inhabited planets begins with the fellowship of reconciliation aboard this planet. So let's do that as the progenitors of exopolitics. Let's move beyond the deep politics of exopolitics. Look how that worked when I did not chastise Alfred for calving off Tanya's participation in those dreams I had, and moving forward 2 years, or actually 2 years back, he said that my dream from 1975 was 1973. When I just sort of took that elision of my original story in stride, knowing that I would ultimately be able to explain what actually happened, and how I showed that he had grafted my understanding to his understanding to try to create his new understanding. And by both calving off Tanya Maidenford from the story and adding President Carter, he really brought it up several years, actually only 2 years, from 1975 to 77, when he worked on that alien-human communication thing for President Carter. That works when we pursue reconciliation with our brethren on Earth by not personalizing disagreements between ourselves, differing opinions between fellow scholars, both experiencers and researchers. We then create the context to pursue our fellowship with those visiting us. And that ultimately is the ultimate lesson, the ultimate truth about the deep politics of exopolitics that I want to share tonight. Let us come together as one people. We are all one cell in a brain with 7 billion cells, and that brain is humanity. So let us be at peace and reconciliation and fellowship with each other to learn and grow and build our passage to the stars.
Beautiful. Thank you, Andy, and we'll see you next month, right?
Yes. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, and good night, everybody.